Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. The Severed Whispering. In the heart of the woods, where shadows swallowed screams, a severed tongue twitched on the forest floor, whispering secrets of the damned, beckoning the unwary to taste their own silence. The silence in the car was stifling, a tight, constricting rope around the marriage in shambles as we drove to my late uncle's cabin in the Huron-Manistee National Forest near Tawas City, Michigan, with a trunk full of food. It was hard to believe that a mere 2 weeks ago, things between Olivia and me had been fine. Only one thing seemed certain now, and that was the fact that this damn lockdown was the worst thing to happen to our relationship in over 9 years of marriage. We had spent 3 weeks quarantined together in our apartment. I stared at the walls while dealing with the sort of paperwork I normally handed off to subordinates, and Olivia tried to paint, with me inadvertently hovering. The confinement was driving us insane, causing us to lash out at each other in ways we'd never done before. When I could no longer stand all the insults and eye rolls aimed at my general direction, I suggested a change of scenery. What better cure for cabin fever than to stay at my uncle's cabin out in the woods? The ultimate social distancing. Nature would give us some space from each other, as well as the freedom to roam and stay active. "Can you look at the fucking road, David?" My wife waved an arm. "The dashboard feels like you've caught every pothole on the way over here." "I am sorry, dear," I said, mentally counting the crimes of passion that had crossed my desk over the years. 9 out of 10 times the victim knew the perpetrator. 8 out of 10, an ex, a boyfriend, or a husband had lost control of their rage. It didn't take as much as you'd think. Did she know that? No, they never do. My job as a criminal pro-4 took up 80% of my life with never-ending business trips, overtime, and lecturing gigs. I was almost never home. It hadn't been a problem in the past because we both chose not to have kids, and Olivia had her paintings and art shows to keep her busy. We enjoyed the odd evenings and weekends we got to spend together, but our careers always came first. Initially, this common ground had made us a true power couple. Now, however, this was a fucking stupid idea. Olivia threw herself against the seat, folding her arms and pouting at the road in front of us. She always looked like a little girl when she did this, a prissy doll with light wavy hair and large blue eyes. Her temper tantrums were one of the many things that had been endearing at first, but now drove me up the wall, along with the swearing. I had enough of it at my job. I didn't need to hear fucking this and fucking that any other word. The GPS had cut out a good 20 minutes back, but luckily, Olivia didn't notice. I was hoping we were heading down the right dirt road. I'd been up to my uncle's place every summer as a kid, and I thought I knew the way well. Everything seemed familiar enough, even the heavy fog from the nearby Lake Huron that gave the woods that signature. Dark, ominous-eyed, Olivia bolted upright, staring out her side window. "Fuck! Lock the doors. Lock the fucking doors and don't slow down," she cried. What is it?" I demanded, driving on steadily and jerking my head to the right to see what she was shouting about. We were driving through a particularly sandy patch of route, and the wheels on the pickup struggled with some of the dirt piles and pits. A man stumbled out in front of the car, 2 hands onto the hood. I hit the brakes, even though we were hardly moving at that point, and stared at the stranger. The man looked a mess covered in filth, grime, and what looked like blood. His clothes were torn as though he'd been mauled by a bear, and there was a true terror in those red, rimmed, bruised eyes. As they began beating his hands on the hood of our car, a low, guttural moan escaped his mouth. "Food, the kahar, the may ayan." His mouth was a horror, like a large machine grinding gears rather than a human voice. "Jesus," I gasped, watching the streaks of blood streaming down the man's chin as he continued wailing. His mouth was a gaping hole filled with mucus and blood, but no tongue. "Fuck, drive!" my wife screamed, grabbing the wheel as I batted her away. "Can you stop? I am not about to drive over this guy." I needn't have worried, since the wounded stranger was already on the move, leaving a puddle of blood on the hood. He stumbled past my side window, twisting his neck to look back at the other side of the road. His wails grew louder as he lunged himself with each step, hurrying to get away. I wanted to call out to the man, tell him to stay so that we could call him an ambulance. But Olivia was completely out of control in the seat beside me, screaming at me to drive, trying to push my leg down on the gas pedal, so I pedaled it. And after a couple of false starts, we sped the rest of the way to the cabin. I had no time to think about directions as adrenaline coursed through my body and muscle. Memory took over, and we arrived half an hour earlier than expected. I ushered a distraught Olivia inside and brought in our bags before heading out back to the one spot of land that always got 3 bars of cell reception. I called 911 and told the dispatcher about the man we'd seen, the approximate location of the sighting, as well as the coordinates of my uncle's cabin. The operator let me know that a local officer might stop by later in the evening to question us. I took my time walking the perimeter before returning to the cabin. The initial shock and fear had worn off, and a professional curiosity had started to blossom. I ran back through the scene in my mind, combing over all the details my vision receptors had passively documented. Here is a lot the brain processes on a subconscious level that we don't know about, and it takes a considerable amount of effort to piece it all together after a traumatic event. What was the victim wearing? It was hard to see under all the dirt, but the clothes seemed ordinary enough. Loose-fitting pants and a jacket in dark colors. What was the extent of the man's injuries? Again, hard to say. He was definitely stumbling a lot when on the move, but that could have been caused by exhaustion, not a limp. The only visible wound was the bloody mouth with the missing tongue. Why hadn't I helped him? It was all too easy to blame my wife's reaction, but the truth was that I had panicked. I was meticulous in my analytical work, but had minimal field training. That injured man was out in the middle of nowhere with night approaching, and it would have been entirely my fault if anything happened to him before emergency services found him. I heard the cabin door open and close as I walked around to the front to see Olivia standing on the old wooden porch, staring at the pink sky as though searching for answers in the crinkled sunset. "Did you get through on the phone?" she asked, her voice raspy and tired. They might send someone over to talk to us about what we saw." I walked up to her, attempting an embrace, but she shrank away from me, her tired eyes narrowing. "We shouldn't have fucking come here." Her lips trembled as her voice grew accusatory. "We're out in the middle of nowhere. Fucking David, we are. How far from the place we saw that man? Maybe 20, 30 miles. How screwed are we if whoever did that to him comes for us?" "Olivia, you need to calm down," I said, already knowing it was the wrong thing to say before the words were out of my mouth. "No, we need to get the fuck out of here," she snarled, and we both winced at the malice in her voice. This wasn't us. How did we become the stereotypical bickering couple we swore we'd never be? "All right," I snapped back. "Do you want to get in the car and drive through that jackknife road only in the dark? We can go right now if that's what you want." Olivia hesitated, hugging her body defensively before giving me a resigned shake of the head. Most likely, the man we saw was involved in some freak accident. Less likely, but also possible, he had an unfortunate encounter with a wild animal. Least likely of all, he was running from another human being. I didn't see any ligature marks on his wrists, and it's pretty damn near impossible to mutilate a live victim without restraints. If you really can't get over this, we can head home around midday tomorrow. That's when the fog settles. But I swear, Olivia, if we're going to go back to the city, one of us needs to check into a hotel room or something, because I cannot spend another day fighting like this. I was hyperventilating by the end of my speech, but it felt good to finally bring up the topic of separation, however temporary. Olivia opened her mouth in stunned silence, with pure hurt written on her face. I had never spoken to her so harshly before. "Hey there, folks," a voice interrupted us. I turned to see a tall, uniformed police officer strolling down the road to the cabin. The man looked to be in his early 40s, with gray flecks speckling his trimmed beard and dark sideburns poking out from his police cap. He wore aviators, even though it was nearly dark and it hadn't been sunny earlier in the day. There was a polite, duty-like smile plastered on his face, the type you might expect from a cashier informing you that your credit card had just been declined. My right hand instinctively went to my side, grazing the concealed semi-automatic through my jacket. "Hello, officer. My name is David Reed. This is my wife, Olivia. We weren't expecting you this soon. I am sure you weren't," the man replied, in a manner so artificially cheerful that I shuddered. "My name is Officer Lance Whitaker. I am here to take your statement about the man you saw on the road today." "Sure thing, officer," Olivia piped up, extending an arm to the cabin door. "Perhaps you'd like to come in and discuss things further." Officer Whitaker's false smile widened, exposing a thin line of yellowed, crooked teeth. He raised a hand up to his sunglasses and slid them down his nose, revealing two expressionless black eyes that ran down my wife's body. "Well, thank you, ma'am," he said, taking a step forward toward the cabin. "Wait, stop," I cut him off. "Could we please see your badge and ID, officer?" "I don't mean to be rude, but an officer showing up to a secluded cabin on foot is a little odd. I know for a fact that the nearest police station is about 30 miles up north. Went there to consult on a case not too long ago." The man claiming to be an officer took a step back, readjusting his aviators and losing the false smile. I parked my patrol car further up the road because I didn't want to get stuck in the sand. "If you follow me, Mr. Reed, I can show you all my credentials," he said, turning to walk back. "No, I think we'll wait here for you to go fetch them," I called after the man, who was already halfway up the path. "You just knock on the door when you get back, officer." Turning to Olivia, I quietly said, "Let's get back inside the cabin and check the locks on the windows and doors. I don't think that man was a cop." My wife's eyes grew wide with fear as she looked at the retreating figure, then back at me again. "Fuck, David, what are we going to do?" "Don't panic," I said, guiding her inside and securing the deadbolt behind us. "Well, Uncle Robert had built this place to be safe against just about any threat you could imagine. We'll ride out the night and head back as soon as the fog clears tomorrow. To here is too much odd stuff going on." Olivia nodded, and I couldn't help thinking how beautiful she looked just then. The years had not taken away much. Her skin was still clear and smooth, her eyes playful and bright. Wavy strands of hair partially covered the side of her face. I instinctively moved to tuck them back behind her ear. She didn't pull away this time, allowing me to take her into my arms and hold her for several minutes. "Do you think that man will come back?" she mumbled into my shoulder. "I don't know. I don't think so. Not in disguise, anyway," I thought to myself. Not wanting to scare her, we set about unpacking the food, clothes, and other stuff we brought with us. There was a lot of it, since we'd intended to stay until the lockdown was called off. We were both very quiet during this time, probably straining our ears to hear any knocks on the door. Part of me hoped I'd be wrong about Officer Whitaker, but after he'd not come back for over an hour, I was forced to accept my suspicions were right. Something very strange was going on. I stared out the small kitchen window after finishing up the dinner dishes, my mind heavy with the implications of that day. "David, are you finished with those?" Olivia stood in the door, wearing a negligee. Or the negligee, I should say the light beige one that had practically hardwired my body to respond in anticipation. "Yes," I replied. "Why don't you come to bed?" she said, her voice a soft croon of tones, so tender and seductive that I unwillingly felt my urgent fear slipping away. They came back when we finished making love, and Olivia dozed off in my arms. It was a good feeling, knowing the cover of my body was making her feel safe enough to relax. Having spent most of my adult life diving into the minds of the country's most sadistic killers, however, I knew just how flimsy a shield limb could be. I wanted to protect her, us, but the weight of our predicament lay heavy on my shoulders. We were miles away from help, with only aged wooden walls between us and whatever was going on in the woods outside. I still had my Gluck 19 semi-automatic. But that wasn't all that reassuring, truth be told. I didn't feel all that confident in combat. I'd done all the training, sure, but everyone knew us behavioral science. Guys were hired for brain work, not muscle. I tried to stay awake, but it was difficult. My muscles were already relaxed, and the smell of Olivia's hair had me drifting in and out of sleep. That's when the dream started, a hazy mix of the day's events, but amplified. The man on the road was there again, only this time with a long, black tongue. No eyes or fingers. He tapped all 10 bloody finger stumps on the hood of our car, grinning. I expected Olivia to scream in the seat beside me, but when I turned to look, my wife was missing her head. Officer Whitaker was in one of the dreams too, standing just outside the second-story bedroom window, tapping on the glass and smiling at my sleeping wife. I woke at dawn, covered in a cold, sticky sweat that made me desperately crave a shower. Olivia slept soundly at my side, unfazed by the drenched bedsheets. Slipping out of bed, I quickly rinsed off in the bathroom and dressed before heading downstairs to the kitchen. I really needed some comfort food after my night of feverish dreams. I lit up the gas stove and popped on the coffee pot before scavenging for sandwich supplies. A wave of nausea hit me as soon as I opened the fridge. There it was, right in the middle of the top shelf, tastefully staged in front of the ham, cheese, and pickle jar. A freshly severed human tongue on a tea saucer, suppressing a dry heave. I grabbed the napkin and carefully moved the saucer to one of the bottom shelves, obscuring it behind a stack of butter sticks. I knew I shouldn't have been tampering with evidence, but I didn't want Olivia seeing the gruesome scene and freaking out. As soon as I'd hidden the nasty thing, I turned off the stove and went out back to call for help. There was no time to bother with 911. I still had the number for the chief of police for the nearest precinct and called him directly. "Who's this?" Chief Landry's groggy voice barked into my ear. "Sorry to bother you, Tom. This is an emergency. It's David Reed. We worked together on that machete killer case a couple years back." I heard some shuffling, then more coherently. Yeah, of course. Agent Reed, what can I do to help the FBI? Did you happen to work late last night and get the report about the man with the missing tongue? You mean the call from the other day? I was just leaving when I heard one of the officers on duty calling in to say it was a false report. False report? I asked, bewildered. What do you mean by that? Well, the caller gave very vague descriptions of a spot the supposed victim was seen at, Chief Landry replied, attempting to muffle a yawn. So why didn't anyone go out to interview the witness? I demanded, angered by the evident incompetency of the local police. There would be a big fuss once they realized they had screwed over an FBI agent. Hey now, my guys went out to the specific coordinates the witness left with the dispatcher. They found the cabin, but it was abandoned, boarded up, shut. They tried to call the guy back, but the phone was disconnected. What the hell are you talking about, Tom? I had begun pacing the perimeter again, staring into the depths of the forest as I tried to wrap my mind around the chief's blatant lies. I am the one who called in the report, and I am currently at the cabin with my wife. Some guy claiming to be an officer showed up yesterday, but he didn't have a badge and left this morning. I woke up to find a goddamn human tongue in my fridge, and you were telling me your people really came up here to check things out. There was no reply on the other end. I knew static. I pulled the phone away from my ear and looked at the screen to see it had begun flickering. I shook the phone in exasperation, not really thinking it would help, but desperately hoping it might. After a few more flickers, the screen went black. I cursed the stupid device and headed back to the cabin, trying to wrap my mind around what I just heard. Something made me slow my stride. It was the feeling of being watched by that familiar tickle at the back of my neck that, given my current predicament, made all the hairs on my body stand on end. I jerked my head left and right, straining to see into the dark forest beyond my uncle's old vegetable beds. No, nothing there as far as the eye could see. The feeling wouldn't give, though, so I turned back to look at the house and felt my lungs and heart simultaneously freeze in my chest. Someone was watching me from the upstairs bedroom where I'd left my beautiful wife asleep by herself. Officer Lance Whitaker looked down at me, just as I'd seen him in my dreams, only on the other side of the window. For once, his smile was genuine, and as he lifted his right arm and waved to me, I sprinted up the rickety cabin stairs and barged into the bedroom, frantically searching. To my deep dismay, she was no longer dozing peacefully in bed. The uniformed man, claiming to be Officer Lance Whitaker, stood at the window, peering out into the woods. "Olivia!" I cried out, my voice bouncing off the wooden walls of the otherwise silent cabin. "She's not here," the fake officer said, turning to face me. He had not changed his clothes since the previous evening and still wore the aviator sunglasses and police cap that obscured so much of his face. "Where is she?" I roared at the man. "She was just here half an hour ago. What did you do to her?" "Was it really half an hour?" A crooked leer again. "That would be understandable, Woodman, dipping out quickly, leaving a wife alone for a few minutes while you called for help." "What the hell are you talking about?" I spat back, clenching my sweaty palms into fists. I knew I had to calm down and act rationally. Whitaker's gun was visible in a holster, comfortably perched on his hip, and I would be of little use to Olivia if this turned into a bloodbath. "Time works a little differently around these parts, David," Whitaker said, turning back to the window. "It's a lonely sort of place sometimes. I am glad to see a familiar face. Of all people. Imagine my surprise." "We've met before," I said, knowing that even if we had, the disguise would prevent me from recognizing him. "Only once." The man grimaced. "Not nearly enough time to get to know someone well, is it? What do you want?" "Nothing much, David. I only stopped by to check on the missus. Gorgeous one she is. You are a lucky man." "What did you do to my wife?" I spoke, gritting my teeth as I tried to keep my cool. "Oh, I was nowhere near quick enough, David. We all have scores to settle in this place. She's out dancing with the skeletons in a closet of her own." With that, Whitaker walked past me and out the bedroom door. I followed him downstairs, trying to think of something to say, without so much as a nod in my direction. The intruding fake cop undid the deadbolt on the front door and walked out of the cabin. I stood at the kitchen window, watching him walk up the dirt road and out of sight. I could have followed him, screamed and shot at him, demanded to know where he had taken Olivia. For better or worse, that wasn't how I operated under pressure. I had made a living thinking, processing, and systematizing before taking action. The best thing I could do was to stay put for a bit and gather my thoughts to assess the situation. I looked at the refrigerator, remembering the bloody tongue inside, and wondered if this was the cause of my lack of hunger or thirst, or what, something else. I hadn't eaten lunch the previous day, and it was now, late morning, noon? I wasn't sure. I sat down at the old kitchen table and stared at my clenched knuckles, trying to tally up the facts. I had no phone, but I still had my handgun in the car. My wife was missing, but it was unlikely that she was taken by the stranger who seemed to come and go as he pleased. A gruesome thought crossed my mind, sending waves of panic through my body. What if Olivia was missing, but her body was still somewhere in the cabin? It was an awful thought, but I couldn't push it away. I had to investigate. I went back upstairs, processing my surroundings the way I would a crime scene. I checked behind the old furniture my Uncle Robert had cracked at, dropped to the floor to check under the bed, scrutinized the portable shower and sink for any signs of blood splatter, sniffed the air for bleach. Logically, I knew that I had not been gone long enough for someone to kill my wife, dispose of her body, and cover up the evidence. But logic was no longer the cornerstone of my thought process. Finally, I rummaged through Olivia's belongings, hoping to find her phone. It wasn't there. Giving up, I went downstairs to the only other bedroom, my old room. While the rest of Reed Cabin had only been abandoned for a couple of months since Uncle Robert's death. The thick layer of dust that coated my childhood belongings indicated that no one had used the guest room in years. I stood in the doorway, indulging in the fleeting pang of nostalgia that my old Superman bedspread and paperback detective novels evoked. Even in my current state of anxiety, flashbacks from my childhood summer days filled my mind with happy, tender thoughts. I realized I'd been standing there for a while, grinning at my old bed like a fool, when what I really needed was to learn how Olivia had disappeared. Snapping out of it, I repeated the diligent process of searching the room for traces of my wife. Nothing. Anxiety crawled its way back up my spine as I threw one last appraising glance at my old summer dwelling. Alarm bells went off as I finally registered the slight discrepancies I had failed to pick up while reminiscing. I had loved Superman as a boy, but I now distinctly remembered that my uncle had actually bought me Captain America sheets. Uncle Robert had explained, "It's practically the same thing." It wasn't. And I remember my 9-year-old self feeling slightly disappointed, even though I appreciated my uncle trying to get something he thought I would like. I had never owned the Superman sheets that were now on the bed. Walking over to the desk, I picked up the pile of detective paperbacks. I had loved crime stories as a kid, probably one of the reasons I ended up pursuing a degree in criminal justice. But most of the titles didn't ring any bells. These weren't my old books. It was like some AI program had downloaded my childhood memories, crunched the numbers, and produced this near-carbon copy of a room with a few of the blanks filled in wrong. I went back to the kitchen, scrutinizing every last detail. Has the table been square or round? Hadn't Uncle Robert and I painted those stools white when they started to splinter? Was the mat at the foot of the stairs supposed to be red or green? I could have driven myself insane running around the cabin, playing a mentally ill version of Spot the Difference, until I ended up banging my head on the wooden panels, muttering something about fake walls. That may have been the case if the screams from outside hadn't snapped me out of my impending psychosis. I ran out the back door, straining my ears to hear better my distant cry, "Olivia," followed by hysterical sobs growing faint in the distance. I blindly followed the noise, stumbling into the forest. The tall grass reached my ankles as I tripped over hidden branches and rocks. My surroundings grew dark as the trees thickened, closing in around me. All the while, Olivia's distant voice grew quieter and quieter until all I heard were the sounds of my own footsteps and frantic, panting breath. I stopped for a moment, realizing how stupid it was to run blindly into a forest without a compass or supplies. Even if I'd caught up to whoever had taken Olivia away, what would I do to them? I had my gun, but what if they did too? If someone even took her? That is, of course, someone had. My wife wouldn't just wander off into the forest on her own, crying for me to come save her as part of some elaborate scheme, or would she? This train of suspicious thought made me turn around and slowly start making my way back. I could no longer hear Olivia's cries, and I was going to get lost if I kept up my foolish journey into the thick woods. The tiny patches of sky above me were fading to periwinkle. Could it be night already? No, there must be clouds or something. I hadn't been running for more than 20 minutes. I was sure of it. I found the way out of the woods to be much more challenging than my way in. Though I followed my footsteps carefully, there was less and less room to walk between the trees. I was at the point of squeezing through a triangle of birches when my nose nearly brushed a black leech on the tree bark in front. I shuddered, jerking my head back and hitting it on the trunk of a tree directly behind me. I cursed, reaching to rub the back of my skull in hopes of soothing the sharp collision pain. To my horror, something that was definitely not my hair grazed my fingers. Something cold and slippery, squishy. A fucking leech. Panicking, I gripped the vile thing with my fingers, desperately trying to claw it off the back of my head. I hopped around in a manner befitting a tribal dancer, wincing and moaning as hysteria rose in my throat. The parasite wouldn't dislodge. Its tiny teeth in the spot where it had latched on were beginning to ache. In the end, I resolved to just get out of the damn forest and deal with the creature back at the cabin, where I could light a match and set fire to the thirsty sucker's head. When I snapped out of my anxious haze, I realized that the woods had grown significantly darker. If I didn't get out of there soon, I'd be stuck outside in the merciless pitch black of night. I squinted at the ground, hoping to retrace my footsteps. What I saw made my heart turn to stone before dropping to the bottom of my already churning stomach. Thousands of small black shapes were making their way toward my feet. Fat, slithery, hungry mouths, ravenously seeking out a patch of free skin to latch onto. The closest leeches were already at my boots. I staggered back. The ground beneath me was no longer a crunchy patch of grass, but a nauseating cacophony of squelches. Then it started raining leeches. The slimy bodies hailed down on me from the branches above, latching onto my head, face, and neck. At the same time, the forest floor swirled in black as the tiny predators came for my shoes and legs. I reached for my weapon as a last-ditch effort, hoping the noise of the gunfire might scare the army away. But I had barely managed to pull back the slide when a particularly thick leech bit down on the skin between my fingers, causing me to drop my semi-automatic. The swarm of leeches had covered me head to toe, and I was entirely powerless to stop them. The ones on my head busied themselves sucking on my closed eyelids, crawling inside my ears, out my nose, and filling my screamy mouth. I let out muffled cries, flailing around blindly, trying to rip my throat and eyes off their sharp, jelly-like bodies. It was getting harder to breathe. My mind flashed back to all the times I'd sat at my desk, poring over strangulation cases in a calm, orderly fashion. Now that I was one with those victims, I felt the helplessness, all-encompassing pain, and pure terror of a human body struggling for air. Just when I was on the brink of losing consciousness, the bloodthirsty bugs began screeching as one of the strangest sounds I'd ever heard, a choir of tiny vocal cords vibrating in shrill unison. I took another shot at batting away the leeches on my eyes, surprised to find that they fell away with ease. I opened my aching, swollen eyes and saw a purple light filling the dark forest around me. The glow grew brighter as the screams assailed my eardrums. My vision cleared enough for me to see that I had been enveloped in a painless fire that seared the remaining bugs on my body to ashes, silencing them forever. The purple blaze didn't burn me or my clothes. Instead, the longer I stood in the fire, the better I could see, the less pain I could feel. I stretched my bloody arms and torn sleeves out in front of me, watching the wounds on my skin healing beneath the warm, flickering flames. Once the lacerations had scabbed over, the flames dimmed to a soft purple glow that radiated from my skin and illuminated the woods around me. David, what did I tell you about wandering into the woods on your own, boy? I would recognize that voice anywhere, but it couldn't actually be it, Uncle Robert, I uttered, my voice bewildered, but also hopeful. Childlike, there he was, casually leaning against a nearby tree trunk. Robert Reed, not the iconic television show DJ, but a definite fan of his, only younger than I had ever known him to be. This must have been what he had looked like in his 30s. This younger version of my uncle, the one I had known and loved, wore a red plaid shirt, a pair of Levi's, and a polished set of brown cowboy boots. He was lean and muscular, with a sharp face, clean-shaven, and a mischievous glint in his eye. I could finally see the family resemblance my aunts had always fussed over. Uncle Robert and I looked like we could be brothers. "Davy, don't expect me to come bailing out your behind every time you get into trouble," he chuckled, spitting chewing tobacco on the forest floor. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Am I dreaming? I wish you were, Sonny. I wish you were. What is this place? And you? I hesitated. You are dead. Some sort of Buddy, David. Eaton, look. I'd love to stay and chat and all, but it's not easy for us to just show up for the living like this. I always had a soft spot for you, kid, so I couldn't let you perish without a chance to fight, you know. But I can't stay much longer. Uncle Robert stood up straight and turned his back to me. "I'll show you the way out of the woods, but you are on your own after that, folks. Ask me what you need while we talk, and I'll do my best to help you understand." "Wait," I exclaimed, searching the tall grass for my issued weapon. "I need to find my gun. It's not here anymore." "Whatever bastard you pissed off made sure of that," my uncle said, already walking away from me, with the purple glow lighting our path. My uncle and I started making our way out of the murderous woods. We walked in silence for a while as I gathered my thoughts into semi-coherent questions. "What is this place?" I finally asked. "Davy, I can't pretend to know something like that," Uncle Robert sighed, "but if I had to guess, it's a place where the walls between the world of the living and the world of the dead are paper thin, and the cabin." I had to know. "It's not really ours, is it? Is that what you see?" Uncle Robert turned to me, smiling ear to ear. "Whenever a mortal stumbles into a place like this, they have some sort of anchor, a safe spot that keeps them rooted to the world of the living. The closer you stay to that anchor, Davy, the less power they have against you." "What do you mean?" I asked, as the trees started to clear, and I caught a glimpse of the cabin in the distance. "Spirits, Davy. Restless, cruel, vile souls. And you gathered a whole lot, haven't you? I can't pretend to know everything, but I sense they'll do anything to get back inside these woods just to tear you limb from limb. They have Olivia." I felt my stomach knot up. If the cabin is a safe spot, how did they take her from there? "The cabin is your safe spot, Davy," Uncle Robert replied. "She has to find her own anchor to the living world, if she has one. You have to understand that everyone experiences this place differently. This isn't the gate to heaven or hell, but it's a path somewhere in between. Mortals are usually not welcome, but sometimes they are not given much choice." We were out of the woods now. I continued walking, but Uncle Robert didn't follow. When I turned to ask him if this was as far as he could go, he was already gone. I still had so many questions. I walked back to the cabin, mulling over the events of the day, the fake officer, Olivia's disappearance, and the leeches, Uncle Robert. And let's not forget the damn tongue in the fridge. If magic was to help me navigate my way out of this place, it would have to be a different kind that accepted the impossible as reality. The first thing I did when I got to the cabin was march upstairs and find my laptop. I was afraid it had stopped working like my phone had, but it seemed to be functional. Perhaps trying to contact the outside world was what had fried my phone in the morning. so I quickly ejected my 4G modem from the laptop. I might need it later on. I brought up my work files and located the folder for the machete killer I had profiled when I was working with Chief Tom Landry's local police department. How could I have not pieced it together sooner? Women had started disappearing from their tents at campsites not far from these very woods. The victims all fit a certain type of petite, light-haired women with blue eyes, just like Olivia. My throat felt my insides churn. Their bodies would show up weeks after the disappearances. The killer would stage the bodies near campsites, using handcuffs to hang the victims from trees. The corpses were always found to be long dead and heavily mutilated. My team had come up with a profile that helped law enforcement bring 3 men in for questioning. Chief Landry had called in a personal favor, asking me to interview all 3 men to see who best fit the profile. It had taken me approximately half an hour to say with almost complete certainty that Marcus Hale fit the profile to a T, a 47-year-old delivery man who lived with an overbearing mother who had 2 prior charges for impersonating a police officer and attempted rape. Marcus Hale, who had been seen lurking around the crime scene campsites. Marcus Hale, who had hung himself in prison the day after the jury ruled him guilty on 5 counts of murder and sentenced him to life in prison. I now knew, without a shadow of a doubt, the true identity of the mysterious officer Lance Whitaker. It was growing light outside the cabin. I hadn't slept, and I didn't need to be hungry, nor did I need to use the bathroom. I stared at the time on my laptop, realizing it was stuck on 5 p.m. of the day my wife and I arrived at the cabin. If I had to guess, that was around the time when we saw the man without a tongue. I shut the laptop and put it away. I was now armed with information, but little else. My mind hummed with the realization that fake Officer Whitaker was actually the spirit of Marcus Hale, a very dangerous man I had helped put behind bars. The fact that he was just one of hundreds I had testified against chilled me to the bone. How many had ended their lives in jail cells or died in prison fights? Were their nefarious manifestations also dwelling in the woods outside Reed Cabin, just waiting for me to come out? Both of Hale's disguised appearances made sense now. On the first day, he had tried to lead me away to a non-existent patrol car, and on the second, he had hoped I would chase him out of the cabin, demanding to know where he had taken Olivia. He definitely wanted me out in those woods. I wasn't sure if it was really Olivia I had heard screaming in the woods or yet another ploy. In any case, I didn't have time for theories. I needed to find my wife. And to do this, I had to leave the safety of the cabin and face whoever, or whatever, was waiting for me in those woods. I did something then. I can't quite explain a purely intuitive action performed with no real thought behind it. I went over to Uncle Robert's old closet, which Olivia had not yet utilized, and began sorting through my uncle's clothes. His 80-year-old self was a much heavier man with a simpler sense of fashion than the cerebral Uncle Robert from the woods. It took me a while to find some of his older things. Finally, I found the worn, patchy denim jacket my uncle had worn during the summers I had come to stay with him. He always puts it on when going out into the woods, even on the hottest days. The denim had grown soft over the years, and I was careful to put the jacket on without ripping it. I walked over to the mirror and noticed a faint purple glow radiating from the fabric. Somehow that made sense in this bizarre otherworld. I couldn't stay in my safe spot, but I could bring a totem with me when I went looking for Olivia. I scavenged the cabin for more useful supplies or weapons, finding one of my uncle's rusty old folding knives and a wind-up flashlight. I was really hoping to find a compass, but there weren't any in sight. Perhaps things like time and direction just didn't matter here. Maybe if you just walked long and far enough, you'd get to where you needed to go. With these thoughts in mind, I stepped outside into the bright daylight. I worked on, winding the flashlight as I walked toward the woods. If time kept hopping around the way it had before, nightfall would come sooner than later. I held my breath upon crossing the threshold of the forest, after expecting to see someone lurking about. Maybe more of my childhood phobias would pop out, I thought, shuddering at the thought of a murderous clown stalking me through the woods. Nothing of the sort happened. The woods were as I'd always known them, as a boy, tall, dark, and mysterious. The sound of fluttering leaves and birds chirping lulled my anxieties, but only a little. As I walked on, my thoughts were on the Hell case from 2 years ago. I would never forget the violent jolt of sitting down at my desk and seeing Olivia's face staring back at me from the fact case file on my desk. That raw stab of fear still burned in my memory. The terrifying flutter of what if the girl in the photo had not been my wife, but a local student by the name of Lily Carter, a beautiful, talented young woman who was finishing up a degree in wildlife conservation when she first went missing from a campsite not far from these woods. Local news had lapped up the story, and I felt uneasy seeing Lily's picture on my newsfeed during those first couple of weeks she went missing. The resemblance was uncanny. The same light, wavy hair as Olivia's, those blue eyes always slightly doe-eyed with wonder. Faint crow's feet hiding a life spent smiling and laughing. It made me sick when they discovered Lily's nude, mutilated body hoisted up in a tree with cheap handcuffs, a blood-stained machete wedged into a patch of trunk below her dangling feet. Lily was the second victim to be disposed of in this signature manner, and the behavioral science guys were brought in to draft a profile of the unsub. As always, there were so many creeps that fit the bill. The police felt overwhelmed trying to figure out exactly which prior sex offender, stalker, or jealous ex actually committed the crime. They had narrowed it down to 3 guys. Marcus Hale was the last of the interviews. I was positive he could be the perpetrator the moment I saw him. The other 2 men had been timid and fidgety and ultimately ashamed of the prior convictions that landed them on the suspect list. Hale was the essence of cool, and as he talked about himself with an unrestrained light after learning all I could about his background, domineering mother, absentee father figure, problems maintaining a healthy relationship with women, etc., I got him talking about the crimes. "Have you been following the machete killer case?" I asked him in my most dismissive tone. I needed Hale to think I was just going through the motions, to feel slighted at my ambivalence to his performance as a killer. I baited the very core of his narcissism, secretly registering every twitch, every stir of body language. "Well, it's hard to miss it. It's on the news and everything. Nothing like that ever happens around here," he said, trying to read my face. "Those poor girls, you know." I nodded, taking out my phone, pretending to answer a text. "Don't know why they brought me in," Hale offered, going visibly tense. He had enjoyed the first half of the interview more. Talking about his background had made him feel important, you know? "And routine checkup stuff," I replied, my eyes still glued to the phone. "It's very gruesome, slitting their throats like that," he half mumbled to himself, after a few more questions. I had bid Marcus Hale goodbye, allowing the interrogation team to take over. They got plenty of useful information out of him now. It wasn't my job. Popular books and movies have always depicted my career as this all-encompassing obsession with serial killers. But in truth, I was mostly an analyst. I learned everything I could about the unsub, running it through an internal database of 100 similar cases. When I showed up in court for the Hale case, they asked me only one question. Did the defendant fit the profile? Marcus Hale fit the profile to a T, and 2 years ago I left the courtroom knowing it. A couple of days after the conviction, he hung himself in his prison cell. Predictably, the woods grew darker the further I walked. As I squeezed through a narrow path in a thicket of birches all around me, the sounds of nature began to die down. Soon I was walking in silence, listening to my hammering heart and uneven footfalls. I took this to mean I was getting far enough from my safe spot for enemies to start trying their luck, and slowed my pace to a halt in a small clearing. "Olivia," I called into the forest, flinching at the haunting echo that ran through the stillness. "Olivia," I cried out again, louder this time. "Why did you betray me?" A voice whispered in my ear, and I jumped forward, spinning around to see my wife's naked corpse staring at me with tears in her eyes. "Olivia!" I gasped. "Oh God, no, no!" I cried, ripping my head at the sight of my wife's swollen, decomposing flesh. She was all black and blue now, her limbs covered in bruises and cuts, a pair of handcuffs hanging off her left wrist. There was a deep horizontal gash in her throat, with streaks of dry blood running down to her chest and stomach. "I cannot rest," she said. "Because of you, I cannot rest." After a double take, I realized that it wasn't actually my wife. The resemblance was striking, but as the initial shock wore off, I was able to spot the differences in chin, nose length, and ear shape. The eyes, though, those deep pools of sky, were next to identical. I was about to respond when another voice whispered in my ear, "We cannot rest because of you. We are trapped here." Horrified, I staggered back to see another light-haired dead woman beside me. She was beaten so badly that both her eyes were swollen shut. "We want to rest." A new voice, a different dead girl, had stepped into the clearing. Her nude body a canvas splattered with torture and pain. Moes and more deceased women stepped out of the woods, chanting variations of "It's your fault" and "Let us rest at me." A dozen corpses that looked like my missing wife circled me, some in earlier stages of decomposition. Others had already lost parts of their skin. One woman was almost entirely a skeleton, with maggots swarming the crevices of her skull, the victims of Marcus Hale. "Lily Carter," I croaked, turning back to the first girl, who continued staring at me with Olivia's sad blue eyes. "I am so sorry." Lily's expression was vacant as she approached me, bringing her hands up to my neck, clasping it gently. The other victims followed suit, and soon I was completely enveloped by dead women, gripping at my neck, shoulders, and wrists. Their touch was cold and devastating. I felt all of it then, every single one of their death experiences, the shock, the fucking desperate will to survive their imminent deaths, and the stabbing pain of every bruise and cut. Their thoughts were the worst. My mind spun with flashes of mothers, fathers, friends, and pets. Lily's last dying thought had been that she hadn't called her mother enough. "He drugged me and took me to his shed, not far from here," Lily spoke, her broken gaze locked on mine. "He waited for me to wake up before he started. I was so scared. Oh God," I swallowed as countless icy fingers strengthened their grasp on me. One of the girls began tugging on the sleeves of Uncle Robert's old jacket. I knew I had to resist, push them away, but I couldn't tear my eyes from Lily. She moved in close enough for me to smell the earthy stench of death on her breath. "You never said a word." They cried and screamed and cursed and tried to kick him, but the restraints were too tight. Then he brought out the knives, and I fell silent. More hands were pulling at my jacket now, desperately trying to claw it off my back. I held on to it with both hands, elbowing some of the victims who had begun moaning as they drew in closer. Suddenly, Lily's grip on my throat tightened, a menacing snarl contorting her features. "You are the reason we're trapped here, reliving the horrors of these woods every single day. We cannot sleep. We cannot rest. We are trapped in our living nightmares, beaten, killed, and hung from trees, over and over and over." I tried to say something, but Lily's chokehold was tighter than a noose. For the second time since arriving at Reed Cabin, I was dying from asphyxiation. I had to act fast. I pulled my uncle's old folding knife from my pocket, closing my eyes before I jabbed it into Lily's stomach. I opened them. Once she loosened her hold on my neck. It was the leeches all over again. The moment the blade pierced the skin, the apparition began screaming as purple flames enveloped her body. I watched the once beautiful face of Lily Carter turn to charcoal. The other corpses kept coming, clawing at my back, their eyes feral, their faces contorted, bodies capable of remarkable strength. I went into a panicked frenzy, slashing the knife left and right in an attempt to defend myself. The screeches were deafening as, one by one, the victims of Marcus Hale lunged at me, impaling themselves on the knife's blade and combusting into purple flames. When the last of them burned up, I fell to the ground, my body convulsing in sobs as I ran my hands through Lily's pile of ashes. I not wanted to inflict any more pain on those girls, every one of them a life stolen away. It's good to see you actually have a conscience. Hale stepped into the clearing. He was no longer wearing the ludicrous disguise and dressed simply in a gray sweater and jeans. A fucking monster, I screamed at him, jumping to my feet with my knife at the ready. That knife won't do much against me, David. I am already dead, remember? I am not even here to hurt you. I just need you to understand some things. What have you done with Olivia? I demanded, desperate for some sort of hint at my wife's whereabouts. Funny you should mention her. Ran into her earlier. She asked me to pass these along. Hale grinned, raising a pad of legal pad pages. He walked up to me and placed the pages in my hand. You should probably go back to the cabin for now, David. Tough luck in these parts twice in one night. What do you want from me? I cried in exasperation as Marcus Hale turned to walk away. Look over my case again, he replied, throwing me a final glance. Look over my case again. You talked to me for 20 minutes, David. Is that really long enough to get to know somebody? With that, Hale disappeared into the woods. I considered chasing after him. But for the first time since sleeping 2 nights ago, I felt exhausted. Was there a hidden logic behind this as well? Uncle Robert's jacket glowed brightly as the night descended on the silent woods. I sat down on a tree stump in the clearing, trying to gather my thoughts. Shadows crept along the forest floor as tree branches swayed in the silent wind. With bated breath, I waited for whatever came next. I would face another 1,000 corpses and swim in a pool of leeches if it meant I could get my wife back. Olivia. I looked down at my shaking fist to see that I was clenching the sheets of paper Hale had given me. The flashlight was lying on the ground, not far from my feet. Picking it up, I wound up the lever and turned it on. Relief hit me like a rain shower after a hot summer day. It was a letter in Olivia's handwriting. She's alive, I whispered into the dead of night, holding the papers to my chest. You, Olivia's letter, David. I am sorry I went away. I woke up and you weren't there, but someone else was. I should have felt some sort of panic, maybe called out for you. I could hear you walking around downstairs, rummaging through the fridge. I couldn't move, though. It was as though 100 tiny pins were holding me in place, gently prickling my spine. But I wasn't afraid. All I could think was how much the girl, sitting at the foot of the bed, looked like me. We had the same eyes, nose. Even her thumbnails were short and stubby like mine. She was much younger, however, a teenager. Her face was alive with emotion, tears pooling in her eyes. The way she looked at me with so much silent affection made me feel like a child who had just learned to tie their shoelaces. It's going to sound so strange, but something inside my head clicked into place, and I knew who she was. Mom, my mouth not quite able to produce a sound. I never talked about my adoption, and most people would never guess how often I've lain awake staring at the ceiling, just wondering who she had been, where she had gone. I suppose all adopted kids secretly hope that tear is a justifiable reason for being denied the love and care of the person who made us. Still, there was no relief in knowing my biological mother was dead. Again, I can't begin to explain how I knew this to be true, but I downstairs. I heard one of the doors slam as you went outside, and the girl reached for my hand. The moment my mother's soft, pale skin grazed mine, the bedroom disappeared within a blink of an eye. I was no longer sitting on bed sheets, but on a knitted blanket on the ground beside a lake in the woods. Despite the fog, I felt no chill. Olivia, the woman, still sat at my feet, holding my hand. That's what I named you when you were just a baby. What happened? I asked, trying to stifle the emotions bubbling at the back of my throat. I can't blame them for not telling you about it. My mother sighed. I was already 7 months into the pregnancy. Though it barely showed, I was only 16, and my parents wanted me to abort or give you up for adoption, so I just packed up and left my hometown behind. My parents had never so much as acknowledged my adoption, though I was the only light-haired member in a giant family of second-wave Italian immigrants. I tried to ask questions, but they were always met with defensive, guilt-inducing retorts. "How could you think that, Olivia?" I had no idea where to go or what to do, my mother continued. I was very hormonal when I left home, already seriously doubting I'd be able to keep you and me off the streets. I didn't have much in the way of money, only enough for 3 or 4 more meals. I'd hitchhike my way to an off-road diner. My mother's eyes never left mine as she spoke, even though the things she was telling me were incredibly sad. There was an air of removal about her, like she was telling the story of someone very distant, a friend of a friend. I still couldn't say anything, not until she finished her story. I took their cheapest meal, some eggs and toast. I refused the coffee because I'd read somewhere it was bad for the baby. I was sitting there trying to come up with a plan, figuring I should get one last ride to the nearest city and find a women's shelter. I'd be safe there until after the birth. That's when he slid into my booth and introduced himself as Travis. He was not much older than me, early 20s at most. Not handsome by any means, but not bad looking either. He was confident and well-spoken, asking if I was okay. It was kindness from a stranger, and I took it. Not long after that, I was in his car. It didn't register at first, the subtle transformation that had taken place when we were no longer in a public place. Travis was no longer cheerful, and his voice had lost its softness. It made me uneasy, and I stopped making small talk, wishing the city limits would appear. That's when he turned off the main road and into the woods. Though a part of me knew what this meant, a hopeful side tried to ask what he was doing, where he was going. He only roared at me to shut up. He was sweating and agitated, and after maybe 20 minutes of awful bumps and swerves, he stopped the car near a remote wooden shack in the woods. At this point, I knew I was in a lot of trouble, and the fear had made me irrational. I jumped out of the car and tried to run, but I was carrying low, and every lunge forward felt as though my pelvis would shatter. I got as far as the edge of the woods before he pushed me belly first to the forest floor. The pain of the fall was nothing compared to the horror of knowing he had hurt not only me, but you inside of me. Instead of getting up to run, I rolled over on my back and stopped screaming. I think I even stopped breathing as I waited for you to give me a kick to let me know you were okay. Just as I finally felt your movement, the man grabbed my legs and dragged me back to the shed. I resumed screaming and tried to jerk my legs away by kicking, but he was too strong. He lifted me onto a wooden table, restraining me with rope and shoving rags in my mouth so I wouldn't scream. I struggled to breathe through just my nose, which was filling up with mucus because I was crying. I watched Travis fumble with something in the corner of the shed. He didn't say a word, but I could see he was tense. I wished I could talk to him, plead with him to spare me, spare us. He didn't look as though he wanted to go through with it. When he turned around, I saw that he had a butcher's knife in his hands. He held it awkwardly as he stepped forward and hesitated, then came up to my head. Every time I tried to scream, the rag in my mouth seemed to suck more air from my lungs. Then he brought down the knife, and the right side of my head erupted in pain. Through water-filled eyes, I saw him holding my bloody ear in his left hand, a small smile playing on his lips as he watched me writhe in agony. That's when a different, all-encompassing pain exploded in my midsection. It was my first contraction, and it was enough for the water to break and spill out of me, pooling between my legs before running down the sides of the table. A look of horror crossed the man's face as he set aside the knife. He ripped open my blouse and stared at my heart and belly. You were kicking, and when he saw some of your legs jab at my belly button, he cursed. He began pacing the shed, muttering something to himself and running his hands through his hair. I could see large, dark sweat stains on the underarms of his sweater. The second contraction, combined with my limited air supply and the steady blood loss, knocked me out cold. The third brought me back, and I saw I was no longer in the shed but in the back of the car, with the rag still in my mouth. My body was in shivers and my eyes couldn't focus. I wasn't sure if it was the fall, ear removal, or something else, but I knew that I was dying. The next and final time I came to, I saw a woman and felt water being splashed on my face. Cars zoomed past and the woman was shouting something. I let go then, knowing you were safe, allowing myself to slip into the sweet unconsciousness of death. Once I was removed from the tortures of the physical world, I watched them load my limp body into an ambulance where the paramedics performed an emergency C-section to get you out. I could tell by their faces. They didn't think you would live, but you were a fighter. I wanted so much to go with you, to make sure they took care of you in the hospital, but I couldn't. Not long after the ambulance drove off, I was back inside the shed, watching the man who claimed to be Travis, sitting in a corner, crying. Ever since then, I've been trapped in these woods, never making it far from the shed. The man was gone for a long time, and I think he moved away after what he did to me. It's hard to tell how much time passes in these woods, but when he came back with another girl, he was at least 20 years older and entirely cool and collected. After his return, girl after girl died in the shed, joining me in these woods. We all look the same, and we all feel the same things. We spend our days walking this forest, mourning our lost lives, wishing to see our loved ones out in the world of the living. But we can't leave, and we can't rest, not while the man who did this to us roams free, eyeing his next victim. After my mother had finished her story, we sat silent for a long time. I had so many questions, but I couldn't quite phrase a single one of them. After a while, my mother asked me about my life, so I've been telling her little by little. It was more of a dialogue when I told her about my childhood and teenage years, since my mother would keep interrupting, wanting to know if my favorite ice cream had been mint chips like hers, or if I liked drawing. She had done it. It's been a little sad since I've caught up to the adult years. She just listens, but she has nothing to compare it to, since she essentially died a child. When we are not talking, she watches me paint. Sometimes she will sketch with me, and I can see that, had she pursued that talent, she would have grown into a great artist. David, I felt you in the woods the other night. I felt you dying and wanted to help you, but no matter which way I ran, your cries grew more distant. I begged my mother to take me to you, but she just shook her head, suddenly serious. Your husband is the only one that can help us, she said. He got it wrong once, but he won't this time. I believe in him, David. I held my breath as you teetered on the brink between life and death, and cried with relief when I felt you safe again. I've passed along this letter in hopes that it will find you. I don't know if you feel it, but I do. I think the girls here feel it too. The trees are abuzz with it. The water ripples carry it onto the shore of the lake. We're nearing a pinnacle of whatever this entire journey has been about. T here is a reason we ended up in these woods, and it wasn't just our constant wars over the past few weeks. In a twisted way, this entire thing started with me, or more precisely with my biological mother, Susan Mallory, dying 32 years ago on the day of my birth. It started with me, David, but it can only end with you. I love you, Olivia. I read the pages of Olivia's letter over and over until sunrise, stopping only to wind up the flashlight. Eventually, I took the letter away into one of the pockets of Uncle Robert's jacket and started making my way back to the cabin. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds, insects, and leaves rustling in the wind combined. The noises sounded like a constant low hum, almost a cheer. The woods were egging me on, sending me off on a mission, but also eagerly anticipating my return. Could I pull off what they were asking? I had already been mistaken once. This new information about the machete killer's timeline had just blown the case wide open. How did the investigators on my team get it so wrong with Marcus Hale? The true unsub's reign of terror had spanned decades and probably involved several different states. Both his MO and signature had evolved over the years, and I wouldn't be surprised if this guy staged the bodies in trees not as an act of some sick, twisted fantasy, but as a distraction. Marcus Hale had been tried on 5 counts of murder and suspected of maybe another 2 victims. There had been far more women in that clearing. Some were skeletal, which probably meant their remains had never been found. I had no choice. I would have to leave Reed Cabin and go back to the city to access the full case files and process the suspect list from scratch. I have to think about the last summer I stayed with Uncle Robert. We made quite the pair. Me, a sulky 17-year-old, denied the company of his peers for 2 months, and him, an easy 60-year-old man who liked smoking and watching television and occasionally building things out of wood. There are few things more dull to my teenage self than nature and hearing an old man talk about how much bigger the herring were back in the day, though I am sure I wasn't exactly the best company, with all my eye rolls and sarcastic remarks either. One day, we were out on the lake when we heard gunfire. It wasn't uncommon in those parts of the woods. There were multiple campsites on one end and a popular hunting lodge at the very heart of the forest. "Damn little man gonna scare away all the ducks," Uncle Robert grumbled, throwing another fist of crumbs in the water as he shifted his weight. He had gained quite a few over the years, and I was surprised the old wooden bench he'd constructed still held up so well. "Little man?" I raised an eyebrow, watching the ducks fighting over the crumbs. "It takes a little man to feel big when he kills something, Davy." Uncle Robert had this way of nodding as he spoke, a visual underscore to a point he was making. The smaller a man feels, the more blood he's willing to spill to feel big. I think that was the first time I really started thinking about why people killed anything. A thought process which eventually led me down my chosen career path, even today. With all the different correlations and conclusions we've drawn from criminal behavioral patterns at the back of my mind, I still hear Uncle Robert talking about little men and what they'll do to feel big. The like dying took me by surprise. So much had happened since Olivia and I left the city that I was hardly prepared for the empty streets, closed shops, and occasional masked pedestrians scurrying in and out of buildings like rats. The GPS had started working again, and I let it guide me down the shortest route to our apartment. As much as I wanted to grab some things and keep going, the limits of the normal world were starting to kick in. I barely made it to my bed before passing out. I don't know how long I slept, but the world felt very different when I finally woke up. I was ravenous enough to find an old can of beans in one of the cupboards and gobble it down straight from the can. As I ate, the events of the past few days played back in my mind, even more bizarre than the last. Was I going crazy? Or was my wife really hanging out with a bunch of dead girls in the woods? I laughed then. First, a nervous laugh, then a full madman's roar. There had been too much nervous energy constricted in my chest, and it felt good to let it go. After calming down, I got out my laptop and connected to the Wi-Fi, the time and day updated, showing me impossible numbers a month. And that's how long it had actually been since Olivia and I packed up our things and rode off in the late afternoon, bickering like a married couple from the panels of a boomer comic. I guess that's what's snapped my mind back in place. Despite the absurdity of it all, the mere fact that so much time had passed proved the otherworldly. If I was only a crazy man stumbling around in the woods, hallucinating a supernatural crime drama, how had I not starved to death at that time? I grabbed my backpack and semi-automatic, plenty of ammo, and drove to my office. The entire building was in lockdown, and the sleepy guard shook his head at me, pointing at his face mask. After a frustrating back and forth through the glass, with me waving my badge and claiming urgency, the guy let me in. I headed straight to the storage room, where we kept all the files for the machete case. I had a lot of scans on my laptop, but not all. The storage box contained something of immediate importance to me, now a timeline of the crimes, a quote to the lead investigators on the case. The first machete victim had been killed in late 2016. That timeline had factored into my profile, no doubt, as did the signature staging of the victims' bodies in trees. Having learned about the death of Olivia's biological mother, however, I realized just what sort of cunning individual we were dealing with. My initial profile had indicated a man with an average to lower IQ who struggled in relationships with women, had a menial job, prior convictions of sexual assault, etc. That was Marcus Hale. All right, but it was not the profile of a killer who had managed to evade capture for 3 decades. Evolving? Yes. He went along. We were dealing with the chameleon, someone who had started young and honed his craft over the years. Someone who had kept a low profile for most of his life and knew how to make women feel comfortable around him. A man who probably had a wife and kids. Maybe hosted some little league games. Someone who was meticulous and fully in control of his urges, never letting mishaps get in the way of his work. Something must have happened in the man's life in 2016. Something that triggered a killing spree that he disguised with the new machete killer signature. As much as I wanted to hole up for the next 3 weeks, reading over every crime scene and coming up with a new profile from scratch, I knew that time would not allow for it. There were greater forces at play here, forces that had Olivia, so I pulled up the documents on the other 2 suspects, the 2 men I had dismissed almost immediately for not fitting the original profile. One was a 30-year-old camp-crown peeping Tom. Too young, I thought. A second, however, was starting to look more probable. Nathan Pierce was a 50-year-old local freight company owner. He was native to the area but had moved west for college, where he met his wife and settled in her hometown. He had moved back to the area following a messy divorce in 2016 and set up a new office branch in the city. The cops had pulled him for questioning in 2017 due to harassment complaints from women who had seen the local media coverage and feared that they could have been potential victims. This guy did fit the rough new profile, and I wished I could remember questioning him, but my mind kept drawing blanks. There had been nothing remarkable or memorable about Pierce, nothing I could put my finger on, especially after he'd been so obviously overshadowed by Hale. I couldn't remember what he even looked like or sounded like. A perfect chameleon, my next move was purely intuitive but a total breach of protocol. I pulled up the guy's address and took off to go see him. I didn't know what I was expecting to find or what I would do when I saw him. Honestly, at that moment, I felt like a mere marionette, with an invisible puppet master tugging me along on a blind adventure. I pulled up to Pierce's house, a neat 2-story in one of the city's nicer suburbs, and rang the doorbell. No one answered, but I thought I could hear shuffling on the other side of the door. "This is Agent Reed with the FBI." The door opened a sliver with the chain still in place. A bloodshot eye peered out at me. "Mr. Pierce, I am here to ask you some questions," I announced, flashing the man my badge. "I promise to remain at a safe social distance and not touch anything if you let me inside." I was pushing my luck, and I really hoped Pierce would bite. He didn't. The door slammed with a crash, and I heard footsteps hurrying away. Drawing my weapon, I jumped the gate and made my way to the back of the house, scanning the windows for signs of activity. Nothing. I tried the back door, not really surprised to find it locked. This was the moment where my actions stopped being questionable and became downright illegal. There was no time to think, only act, as the surreal urgency of my mission crept up my spine. I could lose my job for this. The whole vigilante arc rarely fared well for agents, but there was no turning back now. I shot the lock and the door swung open. I darted indoors, not waiting to see the curious heads of neighbors popping out to see where the noise was coming from. A disturbing scene greeted me inside. I realized the wealthy suburban facade only spread to the exteriors. Pierce's kitchen was absolutely disgusting. There were dirty plates scattered on every surface, and containers littered the floor. Countless empty vodka bottles lined the walls. The smell of rotting food and stale booze made me cover my nostrils with my left elbow as I moved further into the house with my weapon drawn. The living room was much the same at first glance as a typical hoarder's dwelling, with more booze bottles, old newspapers, and random piles of trash scattered about. A second look revealed a more sinister truth. Behind the stack of old newspapers on the coffee table, I walked up to the yellowing pile of papers and felt my stomach sink as I saw that they were actually a gathering of carefully selected articles. The top one was a well-preserved, two-page spread about the tragic death of a pregnant girl by the name of Susan Mallory, an out-of-town hitchhiker who had mysteriously died on the side of the road 32 years ago. Unable to help myself, I leafed through the other pages. Dozens of light-haired, blue-eyed dead women looked up at me from different ages, from varying counties and states. A broad spectrum of deaths, some suspected of foul play, others simply missing persons reports. My trembling hands dropped the newspapers as I struggled to keep my breathing steady. I had stepped into the monster's den, only half expecting this to actually be the guy. I threw another appraising glance at the room, trying to find potential hiding spots, but couldn't see any that left upstairs. I took careful, deliberate strides as I ascended the steps, cursing every squeak the old stairs produced without backup. The odds were in Pierce's favor, and I could easily be walking into a trap. I stopped before reaching the top of the stairs, wiping sweat off my face as I gathered the courage to face a man who practically killed for a living, Nathan. "I am just here to talk," I called out into the silence, trying to garner some sort of reaction, a hint of the subject's location. "Look, we can still sort this out. I know you've been going through a tough time." The state of the house indicated a major lapse in control, which meant Pierce was spiraling, probably experiencing some sort of mental breakdown. Nothing. No response, not even a creak from a floorboard. The first room to my right was the master bedroom, and I threw the door open, rushing inside with my back to the wall and gun at the ready. I didn't see him, not at first. He looked so small, crouching down in the farthest corner of the room, his bloodshot eyes half-glazed, glued to mine. He stared intently, raising the shotgun with trembling hands until he pressed the tip of the sawed-off barrel into his quivering lower jaw. I knew I'd seen him before, recently at that, but couldn't quite place the face of this reduced shell of a man until he opened his mouth, releasing that signature moan that would forever haunt my dreams, that guttural, mechanical wail that escaped a gaping dark hole of a mouth. I'd recognize it just about anywhere. "You!" I gasped as the tongueless man pulled the trigger on the shotgun in his mouth and fired, painting the walls of the bedroom a nauseating mix of blood and brain matter. There was no logical explanation for what happened next. I did not call an ambulance. I didn't call any of my superiors, attempting to explain the circumstances under which I had discovered Nathan Pierce's last act of defiance. Only one thought ran through my mind as I wrapped up his mostly headless corpse in sheets. "He will not get away with this easily, you son of a bitch." Though he was surprisingly heavy for his lean frame, I still managed to carry Pierce's body outside and dump it into the back of the pickup. I hoped the sheer fact of broad daylight and my confident manner wouldn't arouse too much suspicion from the neighbors, though honestly, I was past caring at that point. Hitting the gas pedal, I barreled through the city streets until I was on the road leading back to Uncle Robert's cabin. I slowed down when I got closer to the place where my wife and I first spotted Nathan Pierce running out of the woods. I didn't know how we had crossed from one world to another, and the last thing I wanted was to show up at the Real Reed cabin with a dead body in my pickup and no evidence of any sort of paranormal activity. Again, I wondered if I was just a raving lunatic. And again, my intuition told me that no, I wasn't. I was never one for supernatural stuff and always snickered at the psychics who were sometimes called upon in cases. But even I, with my limited views on these things, could see how decades of inflicted pain and terror could thin the divide between this world and the world of the wrong. After an hour of driving, they started losing faith in finding that same dirt road that had started this entire ordeal. Frustrated, I looked at the GPS, which was still working, another sign of failure. Finally, I decided to just turn off the road and try driving down the next dirt road into the woods. Within 5 minutes, the GPS started lagging before turning off altogether. I kept driving, vaguely acknowledging that I had taken a turn onto one of the many lakes Uncle Robert and I used to visit all those summers ago. I thought I'd escaped it. An unremarkable voice spoke at my side, and I nearly swerved off the road when I saw a young Nathan Pierce sitting in the passenger seat. Panicking, I hit the brakes and turned to face the man who had brutally murdered dozens of women across the country. I reached for my weapon, knowing full well how futile a thing it was against a dead man. "Don't worry," Pierce emitted a small chortle. "You are not exactly my type." I stared at the youthful monster as he peered into the thick forest around us. He was just as Olivia's mother had described, neither handsome nor unattractive, not short or tall, just average. There wasn't a single detail to latch onto, not a mole or a twitch, a funny-looking sweater or odd haircut. Nothing. Everything about Nathan Pierce was forgettable, and I realized that was deliberate. Curiosity stirred in my temples, and I found myself wishing we had more time to talk. I wanted to dig around in Pierce's brain and learn the hows and whys of his life. But that's not what this was all about. "It's really not that interesting," Pierce offered, a response to my thoughts. "And it doesn't matter now. I don't want to tell you that your job isn't important, because in some ways I am sure it is. In other ways, it completely misses the mark, since it doesn't account for the fact that some of us are just born this way. I know you'll be looking into my life, Agent, and I can tell you now that you'll find nothing. You won't find any problems with my mother or father. You won't find any hints of me abusing animals as a child or being socially awkward with my peers. I am the average Joe on paper, and my compulsion to kill has roots in something that a data scientist can hardly hope to explain." At the end of his speech, the young Pierce opened the car door and jumped out of the pickup, leaving me with the following words: "I should really get going. I am not sure I want to stick around for what happens next. You just keep going until you reach the lake, Agent. It all ends there." So that's what I did. Shaking as I was, I just kept going, my mind racing but also going ever so slightly numb. I guess at that point, I didn't know what to expect anymore, and if anything, that gave me the advantage of accepting whatever came my way. The lake was still haunting, a soft mist playing on the surface of the water. The forest trees assembled around the shore in a dreary attendance, their tall shadows moving on the ground below my feet as I walked with Pierce's lifeless body in my arms. I'd left the sheets behind, and it was hard to look away from the remaining half of the face of the man who had caused so much devastation in these very woods. Upon reaching the shore, I let his body drop into the shallowest part of the water, running ripples across the lake. I took some steps back, distancing myself from the body. Women emerged from the woods, others rose out of the water. There were too many to count, though I did get to the number 17 before giving up altogether. They were all beautiful and young, dressed in a variety of fashions that reflected the trends of their time. Blue eyes glimmered in the twilight, some with tears, others with vengeance. The victims of Nathan Pierce approached his body, some kicked at it, others screamed. The spirit of Lily Carter, the one who looked so much like Olivia that I had recognized her immediately, spat right into what remained of Pierce's gaping, tongueless mouth. "It took his tongue, you know," Lily said to me, smiling. "He had driven up here with his last victim just before you and Olivia came. She was so much younger than the rest of us, only 11 when he killed her." My mutual rage grew into a force that helped us permeate the physical world, and I tore that tongue right out of his sick face. The youngest victim appeared beside Lily, her eyes pleading. "He's Mr. Reed. Please find the shed. My body is still there, and my parents need to know." "Of course," I murmured, and then louder, "all of you. I will find every one of your cold case files and make sure the world learns the truth about your deaths." Many women smiled at me. Others nodded in appreciation to my side. I heard footsteps and turned to find Olivia walking out of the woods with a girl that looked like her younger sister. "Fuck, Olivia," I laughed, running up to her for a kiss. "You are a lot more eloquent in your letters, you know," I teased, wrapping her in a tight embrace. "This is my mother, Susan." Olivia pulled away to take the young girl by the hand. "Nice to meet you," I nodded, feeling the familiar pang of anxiety that always accompanied seeing an in-law, and shaking my head at the absurdity of that feeling given the current circumstances. Susan Mallory gave me a shy smile as she shook my hand but said nothing, turning instead to Nathan Pierce's body. The other girls drew back and fell silent as the very first victim approached the corpse. Olivia's mother bent down and put a hand on Pierce's chest. "I will never forgive you, but now I can forget you." As soon as she said it, the sky above the forest exploded in a bright purple glow, the same tinge of color that had saved me and healed me from the leeches. The victims of Nathan Pierce stared up at it, some laughing, others smiling. Many cried tears of relief. One by one they floated up into the sky, letting the purple flames envelop them in eternity. Olivia's mother was the last to go. After her, the glow began to fade until it transformed into a beautiful, otherworldly, purple sunset. "I can't go until you clear my name." A familiar voice sounded from the woods behind us. I turned to see Marcus Hale watching Olivia and me from a distance. "I will reopen the case as soon as I can," I promised him, feeling the all-encompassing guilt of having cost an innocent man not only his freedom but his life as well. "I am so sorry." Hale gave me a brief nod before disappearing back into the woods. "I've really screwed that up," I told Olivia as we walked back to the pickup. "No one's perfect, Avie. You did the best you could." I heard my uncle's voice ring through the woods. I stopped dead in my tracks, peering into the dark trees to either side of me. "Did you hear that?" I asked Olivia, who had kept walking in front of me. "Hear what?" She threw me a questioning glance. "Nothing," I said, shaking my head and smiling as I followed my wife out of the woods. The scream in Floyd's tomb. Then it happened. A great big noise erupted from behind me, loud and close, echoing from the large room I just left. I wheeled around to face it, whatever it was, but panic seized me. I stood up too fast, my helmet smashing into the low ceiling. My light shattered, plunging me into heavy, suffocating darkness. What the hell was that? And now I am alone, due to the overwhelming number of requests I've received to tell about my discoveries and bizarre experiences in a cave not far from my home. I have created a webpage. I will outline the events that happened to me during the past few months, beginning with my journey into a familiar cave in December of 2000, and ending, well, it hasn't actually ended yet. We use my caving journals as the text to tell about my recent experiences, and I will give them to you as I experience them, in chronological order. I have included photographs that were taken during many trips into the cave. I've also created a few illustrations to help the listener get a better idea of what things looked like in the cave. All the photos were taken by me or one of the few people I went into the cave with. I want to point out a few things before I talk about the events. 1. Most of the pictures were taken with a Kodak disposable type camera. I took a better camera into the cave on 1 or 2 of the trips. Pictures on this site are all original photos and have not been messed with or enhanced, other than where noted. As a rule, I get my pictures put on 2 discs at the time of development, so I don't have to scan them later. This ensures the best digital quality. I will not reveal the names of the other people involved in this experience. If you know me well enough, you probably know them already. 3. I will not reveal the location of the cave to anyone for any reason, so please don't ask. I refuse to be held accountable for anyone's life but my own. I will refer to the cave as Mystery Cave. That is not its real name. If you think these events sound far-fetched, I agree. I would come to the same conclusion had I not experienced them at 12:30 p.m. B and I decided to get in one more caving trip before the new year, so we set our sights on Mystery Cave. Not a spectacular cave, but since neither of us had been caving in a while, it would be nice to go to any cave. There was a small passage in the lower portion of the cave that I wanted to check out to see if it was possible to get past it. It had a small opening, but lots of air was blowing out of it, even though it was way too small to climb through. I had never even checked to see what was inside the passage. We got our gear loaded up and hit the road by 3 p.m. We got to the cave in a great time since B likes to drive fast. We anchored from the usual tree and began to rappel into the cave. I went down first and got my gear together while B came down. I will refer to B many times. We've been caving together for many months now. He was injured in a caving accident a few years ago, and the man was told he would never walk again. Through hard work and perseverance, he not only walks, but he can get around very well in caves. The trickier parts of the cave might slow him down a bit, but he can make it. He patiently works through an obstacle until he gets past it. As for the reference to the small opening in the cave, there is a saying amongst cavers, if it blows, it goes, meaning if a passage has a good flow of air, it is probably worth investigating. After we explored all of the usual passages, we climbed down to check out the hole. The hole is located deep in the cave, near the lowest part of the cave. It is on the side of a cave wall, about 3 feet from the floor. To look inside the hole, I had to kneel down to duck under an overhang of rock. I used my backpack mini mag light and held it inside the hole to see what I could see. I was excited by what I saw. The wall around the hole was around 3 to 5 inches thick. It led into a tight passage. The passage opened up a bit just inside the hole. It continued back about 10 to 12 feet into a small crawl space. After that, it seemed to really open up, although how much we couldn't tell. This could be a virgin passage. Obviously, no one has passed through this route, but there could be a way into the passage from the other side. To even get to the crawl space, we would have to enlarge the opening, and currently it's about the size of my fist. Once we get past the opening, we would have a tight crawl back to where it opened up. It would take some work, but we thought we could do it. We sat down for a few minutes to rest and contemplate our plan of attack. While we sat there in the darkness, we could hear the wind howling from the other side of the passage. It was a low, eerie noise. We could also hear a low rumble from time to time. No big deal, though. The cave is in the vicinity of a highway, and heavy trucks drive on it. We figured the rumble was the effect of the trucks resonating through the rocks. We determined that our best plan would be to haul a cordless drill into the cave to drill into the rock. Then we could take a bullpen and a small sledgehammer and break up the rock. It seemed pretty straightforward, and we would widen the hole big enough to squeeze in and see what was on the other side. The efforts to haul all of the equipment down to the hole would be a pain, but we hoped it would be worth it. I named the passage Floyd's Tomb, after Floyd Collins. It seemed to look like the tight spot where Floyd spent his last miserable days on Earth. Floyd Collins was a caver back in the early 1900s. He got stuck in a tight crawl space and was unable to free himself. It's an amazing story that is detailed in a book called Trapped, the story of Floyd Collins. I think that was the title. I don't recall the author, and calling our passage Floyd's Tomb was not only a tribute to Floyd, but a commentary on the size of the passage in retrospect. It's funny how simple I thought it was going to be. I figured a few hours of work, and we would be in. Had I known how long it was going to take, I doubt I would have even begun the project. Had I known what I was going to experience in the cave, I never would have returned. We gathered up our gear and headed for the surface. Normally, I couldn't care less if I ever came back into this cave. To here is nothing special about it, but now I was psyched about getting back and getting through. We hadn't even left the cave, and we were planning our return trip. The rest of the journal entry talked about the climb out of the cave, our dinner, and our trip back home, so 27th of January and 28th. B and I were excited to get back into the cave and get to work. I figured with about 4 hours of work, we could be in and see what was on the other side. We had arranged to borrow a DeWalt cordless drill to bring with us. We also had masonry bits to drill with, sledgehammers to break up the rocks, bullpens to insert into the drill holes, and a few other tools that we ended up not using. Getting the tools down to the work site proved to be a challenge. One of us would climb down the rope and stop at a ledge or a good resting spot. Then the other person would lower the tools. We kept repeating this routine until we got to the bottom of the cave. Then we had to drag the tools to the hole. It took about an hour to finally get to work. B took the first turn at the hole. After an hour of excruciating work, we could tell that we were not going to get through in one session. We kept trading off, and after we worked ourselves into a sweat, one would take a break and get some food and water, while the other one went to work. The routine went like this. To begin work, we had to get down on our knees and do our best to avoid smacking our heads on the ceiling. Working in this awkward position, we would drill into the wall around the hole. That was difficult work. We really had to push on the drill, and it was still slow progress. Then we inserted the bullpen into the hole and hammered on it until the rock broke up. Then we would repeat the process. To give you an idea of how slow it went, the typical sized rock that would break off was about fingernail size. If we broke off a large piece, about 1/3 the size of my palm, it was cause for celebration. From time to time, for variety, we would just wail on a cold chisel with a 5-pound sledge. It was slow progress. The problem with the sledge was that we couldn't take a good swing because of the tight quarters. Even though we spent many hours and several trips working on the hole, we never did find a better technique for widening the hole. The drill, bullpen, hammer got the best results. For our efforts, we came up with some crazy ideas for breaking up the rocks. Everything from 10 to T, never seriously considered, to hauling a generator to the mouth of the cave and running an extension cord down to a jackhammer. We even thought about using liquid nitrogen to freeze the rock and make it more brittle. After a couple hours of hard work, we realized what our limiting factor was going to be. It was about then that our first battery met an abrupt death. We had a second battery, so we swapped them out. The secondary battery lasted a little longer because we hammered and chiseled a little more often and a little longer each time. Finally, after about 3 more hours of drudgery, the second battery died, and we called it a night. We could tell that we had done some work in the cave, but it was not much. For the first time since we got to the cave, we sat back. Both of us took a break. It was nice to check out the results of our hard work. Then we noticed the howling again. It seemed to be a little louder than the last time we were here. We just figured the wind was blowing a little stronger outside, but we could not figure out the rumbling. It too seemed louder and more frequent this time. We could not attribute the noise to trucks. The road that the trucks drive on was not very busy to begin with, and at that time of night, it should be dead, yet the rumbling continued. It seemed to be coming from deep within the passage. But said he would ask some veteran cavers what could be causing the noise, and we still had to haul the gear up and out of the cave. Actually, we left some of it in the cave. It was still difficult work. What made it worse was that we were both exhausted. Our original plan was to be done with this cave and hit a couple of other caves in the area the next day. Instead, we decided to crash at a nearby motel, charge up the drill batteries, and go back to Mystery Cave. My journal goes on at length about the night after we left the cave. We got a room, dinner was excellent, and I didn't sleep well, despite the fact I was exhausted, etc. And we both slept in, so we got a late start back into the cave the second day. Wogging on the cave went about the same as the first. We worked until both batteries were dead again, and we were still not even close to getting through. The howling and rumbling continued as the day before. Before I continue with the next journal entry, I thought it might be helpful to the listener to explain a little bit about caving and about the atmosphere in the cave. As I realize some of you think about my description of a cave, I noticed that much of the language I used in my caving journal and the descriptions or lack thereof assumed that the reader has knowledge of caving and what it's like inside a cave. In other words, I recorded my journals for myself. I will take this time to give a more detailed description of the cave. I will tell you about what it was like while we worked on the cave, and I will summarize our feelings up to this point. The cave was discovered several decades ago when construction in the area unearthed its entrance. From that time to the present, it has been visited by mostly locals in the area and avid cavers in the region. Beer cans can be found intermittently in the cave, mostly in the upper half. When the cave was first entered, it was probably beautiful. Dust and graffiti, vandals and pigeons, and regular use have diminished its appeal. There are still places in the cave where small formations remain undisturbed. As a reminder of what the rest of the cave used to look like, enter the cave, one must have a good length of rope in order to rappel down into the rock. A nearby tree serves as a good anchor point. Once the rope is tied to the tree about 20 feet away from a small cliff, it can be tossed over the edge of the cliff to a small ledge 15 feet below. Cavers come in to send the short distance to the entrance. Once inside the cave, artificial light must be used. My light source of choice is a battery-operated, helmet-mounted light known as a tag light. Safe caving calls for at least 2 sources of backup lighting. For my backup lighting, I have a mini mag light mounted to my helmet and another helmet-mounted light in my pack, which I always carry with me. I also have glow sticks that I carry with me. These are not considered good sources of backup light by some, but they are good to use for taking lunch breaks. They could be used to get out of a cave if other sources fail. After a short climb over large rocks, the caver comes to a large pit. The same rope is used to reach the bottom of the pit. The drop is only 50 feet or so, but it's not free hanging. In other words, you can't slide straight down the rope, which is preferable. You have to snake your way around sharp rocks as you descend. The ascent is made more difficult for the same reason. The pit varies in diameter from about 10 feet to 3 or 4 in a few places. The walls are lined with a sharp white rock called popcorn. But let me correct that. It used to be white, but now is covered with dust and dirt that was kicked down from above by years of caving. The popcorn makes it painful to brush against the side of the pit. My choice of clothing is Levi's, a t-shirt, gloves, and knee pads. I usually leave the cave with a few scrapes, but at least I am comfortable while climbing around inside. The temperature is stable year-round. It feels cool in the summer and warm in the winter. We have gone in on freezing days, and 10 feet into the cave, it's warm enough that coats are needed. It is a good temperature to work in, as we learned. For this size drop, I usually use a figure 8 descending device. For the climb up, I attach myself to the rope using a Prusik ascender, but I climb up on my own without using the device. It is merely a safety attachment in case I slip. Other cavers have their own methods of getting down and up at the bottom of the drop. The cave forgets to do some crawling for a while. Here is a small room about 6 by 6 feet at the bottom that gives the caver a spot to leave his harness and ascending gear. Since there are no more steep drops, the harness is not needed and will only get in the way. Once the caver gets down to the 6 by 6 room, he can take a break under a ledge while the rest of the party comes down. Then he must drop to his knees to negotiate a 10-foot-long passage that is only a few feet high. This is where the knee pads come in handy. The floor is covered with a soft dirt. The thin layer of dirt does nothing to soften the blows to the hands and knees as the caver works down the crawl space. As a reward, at the end of the crawl, he gets to drop to his belly and scoot under a tight squeeze. It's not really tight, just something low enough to make the caver scoot along in the dirt. Once the caver gets on the other side of the squeeze, there are a few feet of crawl space. Then the cave opens up enough to stand. For most of the rest of the caver can stand, or at least stoop. The cave splits off into several passages at this point. 2 routes wind around rocks and crevices and come to abrupt dead ends. The other 2 lead to small pools of water. Each route is fun to explore. They all lead on for 100 feet or so in a gradual downward slope. Most of the time, the caver can walk upright in the passages. Other times he will have to crawl over large boulders, or occasionally crawl on hands and knees. Water is a common occurrence in caves. I have been told that one of the local residents was one of the first people in the cave, and that his cousin dove into the pools using scuba gear. He said that the cave continued down for a couple of 100 feet underwater. What they were hoping for, and what happens frequently, is that the passage comes up somewhere with virgin cave passages to explore. Unfortunately, I don't possess the knowledge to give more detail about the types of rocks in the cave. When we were drilling, we would have some parts that were easier to drill than others, and there were different colors in the rock. Refer to the photos taken in the cave, but that is the best I can do to describe the makeup of the cave. At the point, the cave splits into 4 routes. The 2 passages that dead end are to the immediate left of the cavern. Straight ahead and to the right are the passages that lead to the pools of water. The entrance to the passage on the right is the largest of the 4. The arched opening rises nearly 10 feet in the air, ending a mere foot below the cave ceiling. As the caver enters the passage, the ceiling gradually lowers until it is about 6 feet high. It continues at the same height for the 40 feet that the passage travels in a continuous direction. The section of the cave resembles a hard rock mine. It's arched, nearly perfect, the floor flat, and easy to walk on. It's easy to picture rusty mine cars on rail lines and dust-covered miners with blistered hands gripping dull picks. The pseudo-mine comes to an end, and the caver is once again forced to drop onto hands and knees to get reacquainted with the floor of the cave. This time, the crawl lasts about 20 feet. The floor is sloping gently downward for the first half of the crawl. Then it gets fairly steep and slippery. Able-bodied cavers can still climb carefully down the slippery slope. When I go with B, I carry the end of the rope that we use to get down to this point. I usually need to tie another short length of rope through the first rope to make sure we can use it to reach the bottom. The crawl lasts a few feet beyond the bottom of the slide. Over the next 10 to 12 feet, the caver slowly begins to regain the standing position. After walking a few feet and climbing down a short drop-off, the caver arrives at a small level area which has a passage leading down immediately to the left. The passage ends 75 feet later at one of the small bodies of water. To the right is a rock wall. Straight ahead is an indentation in the wall which goes back about 3 feet. On the wall at the rear of the indent is a small hole about the size of a softball. Kneeling upon the rocks that rise above the floor by a few inches. By the time the caver reaches this point, he is either warm or sweating, and the first thing he notices is the cool breeze blowing out of the hole. It was my recognition of this hole as a potential doorway to unexplored portions of the cave that ultimately led to this telling of my experience. As has been my tradition for all the years I've been caving, the party reaches a point in the cave, usually at the deepest part of the cave, where all lights are extinguished. Complete blackness fills the eyes for a moment, and the individual caver strains the eye muscles, focusing in now with the expectation of catching a crumb of light somewhere in the false night. After several futile moments, the caver returns his head at a sound, perhaps another caver, only to have the other senses return. The sounds, smells, and feelings that have been overlooked to this point come racing to the caver in perfect detail. The pain of their own behind sitting on the cave floor, the smell of dust, sweat, guano, the sound of modern material shifting on age-old rock as pavers attempt to find comfort on this solid foundation. At the back of every caver's mind at this time is, what if? What if a person had to climb out of the cave with no light? Would he make it? Would he find all of the turns and bends which got him to this place? If not, would a rescue party find him in time? The depth of darkness, recognized at this time, is something that is rarely experienced outside a cave. Many first-time cavers erroneously declare that they have to hold their hand within 2 or 3 inches of their face before they can see it. If they did not hear something coming toward them, they would feel it before they saw it. Complete and total darkness. This exercise is a great way to remind people to take backup license music. As we proceeded to work in the cave, we developed a system pretty early, and little changed in succeeding trips. The first time in the cave, B took first shift, chipping away at the opening. After about a half hour, he needed a break, so I took over. He told me what worked best, and I continued doing the same. We would try new things from time to time to use new muscles, but we usually stuck to the same method. We would use the masonry bit, press on the drill as hard as we could, and drill out a hole in the rock. Safety glasses and dust masks were worn while working. Then, we would insert a bullpen and reed it to the rock and break out small chunks of the cave. Then, we would drill another hole and repeat the process. Occasionally, the drill would hit a soft spot in the rock, and that step would be shortened. We would work until we became too tired to continue. Then, B and I would trade. While one of us was working, the other would remain in the darkness and either eat or drink or just lay down on the cave floor, padded by rope bags. After just a few rotations, when we were tired enough to catch a nap while taking our break, the only light we used was the helmet light on the head of the worker. Since it was pointing toward the hole, the resting person was left mostly in the dark. This was a welcome benefit since the resting person was usually well rested. The rest break was also a chance to cool down a bit, which didn't take long in the cooler temperature of the cave. Fortunately, the temperature of the cave allowed us to work pretty hard and not overheat much. I remember that I frequently looked at the hole and thought, "Hey, it's big enough. I think I can squeeze through," only to be disappointed in my attempt. However, Even after the first attempt and failure, I knew that I would keep working on the hole until I got through. This, despite the fact that I knew it would take many more hours of hard work. It actually became an obsession with me. I tried to get out of the cave and work as often as I could. I hoped that the passage led to a larger, undiscovered cave, though we would be the first ones to enter. I guess the explorer in me wanted to find a new frontier there in the cave. Since B is such an avid caver, he was motivated by the same desire to find a new, unexplored cave. What we did find was not at all what I expected. Scarcely 2 weeks had gone by, and already we were on our way back out to work in the cave. We admit we have become obsessed with the idea of getting through the passage. That may be a sign of how exciting our lives really are. It's not that we think T here is going to be something great beyond the passage. We just like the idea of being the first humans on the face of the planet to set foot in a virgin part of the cave. Although, if we found a hidden treasure, that would be fine too. We got a late start and drove part of the way in the dark. When I tell people that I go caving at night, they wonder why they don't stop to think that it's always night once you are inside the cave. All the way out to Mystery Cave, we talked about new ideas to speed up our work. B also told me he talked to some caper friends of his that came up with an explanation about the rumbling noises. They thought it might be the sound of water deep within the cave, possibly a waterfall. They couldn't really explain why the noise seemed to come and go. To me, it's just one more reason to get through, so we can solve the mystery. This trip, we took B's dog, Whip. She's a Jack Russell Terrier. I was not at all concerned about taking the dog into the cave. We have taken her before. She answers the call of nature before we go in, and then waits until we get out again. Also, she is well behaved inside the cave, and we simply had to lower her down by a custom-made harness until she reached the bottom of the main drop. Then she negotiated the rest on her own. She loves to explore, but won't go out of our sight. She doesn't have a light attached to her, so she has to wait for us. Another reason I didn't mind bringing Whip on was because we planned on putting her into the small hole and seeing how far into the passage she would go. That might give us an idea of what was on the other side. We knew that if there was a drop-off that we couldn't see, the dog would turn around and right back out. We thought we might have to do some work on the hole before even the dog could get through. Gaspit working in the dark of the night, we were able to rig up and get down pretty quickly. We didn't take as many tools as last time, plus we left some in the hole, so we wouldn't have to haul them out and back in again. I did manage to get 2 more batteries for the drill, for a total of 4. Also, a few more masonry drill bits. Even with the dog, we had a good time getting down, but then something bizarre happened that I can't quite explain. The dog began exploring as soon as we let her off the rope. She was in hog heaven, sniffing and darting about around our feet. She would run from one person to the other as we made our way back to the work site. At the point, the cave split into 4 passages. The dog seemed to run out of juice. She just stuck right by either B or me. That seemed kind of odd. As we progressed further into the cave, she would only stay by B. She seemed edgy, like she saw something she didn't like. As we approached the short drop-off before the hole, she stopped and would only come further after we coaxed her. The hair on her back stood on end. Finally, as we got to within 20 feet of the hole, she began to whimper and hide behind B. Her tail was between her legs, and she was cowering down on the ground. The strangest thing, I've seen her square off with dogs twice her size, but now she acted as if Satan himself was looking in the bottles. I figured there must have been animals that used the cave as a home, and Whip smelled their scent. Too bad it upset her, because there was no way she was going into the passage. We decided, though, with this new development, the nervous dog, One of us would work while the other stayed with the dog a few feet away from where we normally rested. We got right back into our routine of drilling and hammering, etc. With our extra supply of batteries, we were able to really push hard on the drill and not have to worry about using up the batteries. This did not make our work any easier, but it did speed things up a little bit. Progress was still slow. I really didn't mind, though my journal goes on for a while about the progress we were making. The entire time we worked, Whip did not move. She just laid there on a rope bag, shivering. She would whimper from time to time. One thing I didn't think about at the time was that she would not take her eyes off the hole. We should have been more observant of this intuitive animal. We ran our fourth battery when the second bizarre thing happened to us. B was working. He had just finished drilling a hole, then was getting ready to hammer the bullpen when he stopped working and looked into the hole. I was kicking back, almost asleep, and hardly paying attention to B. He had a light by the side to illuminate the work area. I could see, in the eerie glow, a puzzled and intense look on his face. He looked over at me and shook his head. I asked him what was up. He said that he swore. He just heard a strange noise emanating from the hole. He said it sounded like rocks sliding on rock, sort of a grinding sound. I assumed his ears were just ringing from the drill. He didn't wear any earplugs this trip. He assured me he had heard what he said he heard. I didn't have an explanation, so I went back to dozing. B sat in the quiet of the cave for a long time before he resumed work. Balsam, he would stop from time to time and just listen. B is very grounded, and not one to pursue some imaginary sound. I believe he heard something, but I am not too concerned about what it was. I assume we will figure it out once we get through the passage. The final battery lasted another hour, so we were sitting around talking about our progress when I decided to see if I could get my head through the hole. My head easily fit, but there was no way my shoulders were going in. As I was kneeling there, contemplating how close we were, I noticed something that B overlooked. The wind had stopped. In all of the times I've been in the cave, I've always felt the wind blowing. The last time we were out working on the cave, the wind was blowing worse than ever. Even earlier we remember the breeze cooling us off, but now nothing. B said he did not know when it stopped. The rumbling had ceased too. This plain old cave was becoming mysterious. We talked for a long time in the dark cave. We debated what could possibly be causing these unusual events to occur. I think part of the reason we were sitting in the dark was because we were both too hammered to move. We could come up with no reasonable explanation for the strange things happening in the cave. After sitting for at least half an hour, we slowly loaded up our gear and started for the surface. Quip couldn't have been happier to get out of there. And once again, we left some tools in the cave. We just put them in the hole. Not enough people used the cave to worry about. Plus, we were too tired to care. We made a lot of progress this trip. It helps to have the extra batteries. We still have a long way to go, but it's sure nice to see how far we have come. The rest of the journal entry talks about climbing out of the cave, getting a room at a motel, and crashing. And we were beaten. In retrospect, I can't believe how casual we were about everything that was happening in the cave. At the time, the only thing we could think about was getting into the passage. Everything else was just a minor distraction. I do recall thinking that it would be nice to get in and see how the mechanics of the cave worked, where the wind was coming from, and what was making the noise, etc. Now, weeks later, I'd think about my ignorance and naivete, shipper the 3rd of March and 4th. It took us 3 weeks before we got back out to Mystery Cave again. Our attitudes had changed a bit since we had first started the project. In the beginning, we looked at the whole thing as a fun adventure. Since the last trip out, we found ourselves taking a more serious approach. On the drive out this time, our conversation was a little bit more subdued than before. We hadn't talked much since the last trip, not for any reason but scheduling conflicts. Instead of discussing ways of getting through the passage, we found ourselves talking about rational explanations for what had happened. Neither one of us had any ideas that would explain the unusual occurrences we had experienced on the last trip. We were amused to find out that neither one of us had talked much about the last trip to other people. That is a complete reversal from the other trips. It has been fun to report to friends and family about our progress. It's always fun to tell people about the tight squeezes we are going to have to go through to get into the passage. Most people have little desire to voluntarily subject themselves to incredibly tight spaces. Actually, neither do I, but I will do it in order to get to the other side. Good motivation, we left town early in the afternoon to beat traffic. I don't really recall what time we finally got to the cave. Like I said, the mood was subdued. We got rigged up and started down. Obviously, B left the dog home this time. We took essentially the same gear as the last time. We left some of the tools in the hole to save our backs the agony of hauling the extra weight. Even with the gear, we got down in good time. We really have a good system for getting up and down. There was only one minor mishap this trip. B scraped his arm on the descent. Not really bad, fortunately. He waited until we got all the way to the hole to patch it up. It was just a superficial cut. While he was getting the wound cleaned up, I started working. We both took note. The breeze was back, and the grumbling present. We had 4 fresh batteries and 4 fresh arms. I had high hopes that this would be the day. It started out pretty slow. When we first started working on the hole, the thickness was about 3 inches. As we enlarged the hole, the thickness has increased. As a result, our progress has become slower. Still, we continued with as much energy as we could put into the work. The hole was big enough, at least for me, to put the hammer into the hole for reference. Then put the camera into the hole and take a picture of Floyd's tomb. It's been nice to see the pile of broken rock below the hole get bigger and bigger. We both realized then we are just going to have to put in a certain amount of work in order to get through. So we just got down to business. We don't usually talk much while we work, since one of us is making a lot of noise with the drill or hammer. Break times are used to chat momentarily about whatever topic pops into mind. The breaks take place whenever the guy that's working decides to switch roles. We both put in some pretty good work sessions. I have a little more stamina than B, but he gets just as much done in a shorter amount of time due to his upper body strength. We still celebrate the small victories we encounter along the way. Whenever a section we've been working on crumbles, we cheer. On the rare occasion that a fist-sized rock falls from the entrance, we walk in the hallway. That's one small chunk of earth that no longer separates us from whatever lies on the other side. I still harbor a fantasy that there is a hidden entrance to the other side of the passage, and years ago, Spanish explorers hid their treasures in the cave and sealed up the entrance, and it has remained untouched until we find it. He figures there is more cave on the other side. We'll see who's right. This trip out, I wanted to see if we could speed up the work by using larger masonry bits. I purchased some good-sized ones at the hardware store at a good-sized price. One was larger in diameter than all the rest. The other was smaller around, but longer. I had pretty much concluded that the one big one might be too big, and I was right. We tried to get it into the rock, but progress was very slow. We tried pushing for all we were worth, and all we got was tired. The larger bit just created too much friction area for our strength. It might have worked with a hammer drill, but we didn't have one. The longer bit worked fine for our drill. We relied on it for most of the work we did on this trip. I thought we were going to be out one bit and a drill, and my hand when the bit broke off toward the end. I was pushing as hard as I could on the drill, with the bit a few inches in the wall, when it snapped. I nearly rammed the drill through the wall from pushing so hard. We were able to retrieve the bit and keep using it, a couple of inches shorter. It still worked great. Only once in a great while did we resort to hammer and chisel. Walk was proceeding as usual, until about the time we were on our fourth battery. I was kneeling down and working the drill slowly into the wall. At the time, I had my earplugs in, my safety glasses on, and was lost in my own thoughts. Suddenly, over the squeal of the drill wearing down the rock, I heard a strange noise. It was loud. I could hear it over the noise of the drill, even though I had the earplugs in. At first, I thought it was just the drill bit doing its job in the cave. It would frequently complain by screeching and whining as we forced it into the wall. But this was different. It took me several full seconds to comprehend that this was coming from inside the hole and not the bit. I stopped drilling and yanked my earplugs out just in time to hear the most terrible scream I've ever heard trail off and echo into the darkness of the cavern. I stared wide-eyed at the hole for several moments. I didn't move, nor did I breathe. I turned to look at B. Moments earlier, he had been lying on the rope bag catching a nap. Now he was standing upright, mouth open with a look of concern on his face. I turned and looked into the hole again, half expecting to see a demon's face staring back at me. Nothing was different in Floyd's tomb. I fixed my gaze back at the squeeze where the limits of my light reached. There was no motion, only darkness. Not another sound could be heard in the cave. Suddenly, I heard a scraping noise behind me and straightened up. I nearly knocked myself out, hitting my head on the overhang. It was just B moving to turn on his light, but I was so wired, it nearly sent me to my grave. B spoke, and again I jumped. He said to get some rocks and put them into the hole. He explained that whatever animal had made that noise might be able to get through the hole. I immediately grabbed a few rocks and hoisted them through the opening, using the handle of the sledgehammer. I slid the rocks as far back into the tunnel as I could reach, creating a wall between us and the other side. Since the squeeze is so small, it didn't take long. The entire time I was doing this, however, I was thinking, but the noise certainly did not come from an animal. I didn't know if B really thought it was, or if he was just trying to convince himself. I didn't say anything to him about what I thought. From the time it happened until I recorded this journal entry 2 days later, I have tried to come up with some possible source for such a noise. To describe it, I would say it sounded like a cross between a man screaming in fear and a cougar screaming in pain. It sounded like it came from the hall and was roughly 100 feet away. The horrific noise reverberated through the cave and through my ears. B estimated the scream lasted 8 to 10 seconds. My best guess is about 5 seconds. 3 seconds while I was drilling, 1.5 seconds to drop the drill and yank the earplugs, and half a second of sheer terror. It's difficult to tell how much time passes when you are listening to a solo from the depths of Hades. After I filled the back of the passage with rocks, we just sat there and listened to the silence. My breath was a lot more rapid than usual. Neither of us spoke for quite some time. Finally, B suggested that we get back to work, but keep an eye out for movement in the hole. We put a light in the passage that shined to the back of Floyd's tomb. It was only at this point that we realized the wind had stopped again. Rumbling could no longer be heard. To say I was nervous would be an understatement. I didn't say anything to B. nor him to me. Back to the drilling, B took over the work, which was fine with me. I wasn't exactly worn out, but I didn't mind being further from the hole. B would stop from time to time and listen. I just sat watching him with my light on. I wasn't close to the entrance to the hall, but I still found myself looking behind me down the passage to the still water. Every time my light would cast an unusual shadow, my heart would jump. My imagination was running wild. Oddly, B seemed to be less concerned about the strange noise than me. After a short time, he seemed to be focused entirely on getting through the passage. I was still straining to listen above the sound of the drill. I heard nothing but the now familiar sound of carbide on stone. As I contemplated the possible scenarios which might play out on the other side of the passage, I found myself strangely getting somewhat excited again about getting through. It might have been fatigue taking its toll on my mind, or the thought of something valuable on the other side. My thoughts were broken when B let out a yell, possibly a cuss word. He said the drill battery was dying, but he hadn't quite broken off the large section he was working on. He set the useless drill aside and picked up a hammer and bullpen. He started wailing away at the hole created by the bit. After nearly 10 solid minutes of hammering, he sat back against the rock, sweating and nearly out of breath. The bullpen was still protruding from the cave wall. He held the hammer toward me, inviting me to take a few swings. I held up my hand and shook my head. I'd been ready to exit the cave for quite a while now. He didn't press the issue, and without speaking, we both started gathering the gear we were going to take out. Once again, we stashed some of the tools in the passage. I was first to start toward the top of the cave. Several times I had to stop and wait for B, not because he was moving slow, but I was just more than eager to get out. A few times I have felt better than that night, stepping out into the chilly night air. My journal talks about the rest of the evening, our dinner, our decision to get a motel and come back the next day, our lengthy discussion on the strange sounds we heard, another mediocre night's sleep. I cannot believe we were so willing to get right back into that cave after hearing the scream. Part of the reason I went along with the idea was because B seemed so indifferent to any possible dangers. Even if it were an animal, which I do not believe, but could offer no better explanation, weren't we possibly putting ourselves in harm's way? In retrospect, I still have difficulty understanding our thought process at the time. We were just too eager to discover virgin cave passages. I now think it can be summed up in one word: testosterone. So the 13th of February. It's amazing what a couple of good meals and a little sleep can do for someone's attitude. Even though we still had memories of the strange noise fresh in our minds, we relived our fire of enthusiasm. The other side of the passage seemed so close, we were sure this would be the day. We got to the cave and started to work our way down to the hole. Getting back into the darkness of the cave brought back the memories of the night before, inside the circle of rock illuminated by our headlamps, the smell of dirt in the air, the sound we made as we crawled across the rock. Once we reached the entrance of Floyd's tomb, however, we were once again ready to blaze the trail leading to an undiscovered part of the cave. We immediately noted the presence of the breeze blowing out of the hole and the rumbling. The bullpen sticking out of its hole was an obvious sign of where we needed to begin work for the day. B took over where he left off the day before. I took up residence in the same spot I occupied the night before, even though I was already well rested and wanted to start work. B was making the hammer sing with each blow. After a mere 2 or 3 minutes, he let out a cheer. He turned to reveal a handful of rock that used to be attached to the cave. He was breathing heavily, but had a big smile on his face. So did I. For the time, the strange noise had been forgotten, and the vision of success captured our attention. The lower left-hand corner of the hole had been giving us grief because of the thickness of the wall at that point. We felt that if we could just remove that corner, we might be on our way inside. B now held in his hand the crumbled remains of the corner. Our excitement consumed us as we examined the hole. I took the hammer and pounded away at the surface of the hole. The idea was to remove the jagged edges that would take a toll on my skin. The size looked right now. The moment we'd been working for, I cautiously approached the entrance to Floyd's tomb. I decided that the best way to enter the small hole was to place one arm over my head and turn my head sideways and slowly work my way in. I soon determined that this was not going to work. The hole was small. If I was going to make it in without widening the hole anymore, I was going to have to put both arms over my head in a diving position and turn my head sideways and slip into the tomb. The width of the entrance was the limiting factor. The height was sufficient. The arms overhead position flared my shoulder blades out, but there was still room to get in. Plus, the arms overhead gave me the best squeeze side to side. In order to enter straight into the hole, I stood on my feet and bent over to get level with the entrance. My knees were bent and the position was uncomfortable. Sort of a semi-squatting position, bent at the waist with arms over my head. Plus, I had to slightly turn my upper torso to the left in a counterclockwise rotation to negotiate the angle of the entrance. Notice in the last photo that the entrance generally slopes up to the right. I got my arms through the entrance with minor scrapes. Next came my head. By keeping it turned sideways, I was able to get it in for the most part, up to my shoulders. When I got to my shoulders, I could feel the rocks touching all around my shoulders and chest. It was not stopping me, but I was definitely scraping many surfaces of my body. I decided just to push through, keeping in mind that I was going to have to come back out eventually. The pain was not too bad, and I was in, well, my upper body was in. At least, I could get a good idea what the tomb was going to be like once inside. The tomb gave me a few inches all around me in which to position my body. This was the largest part of the passage, and it was conveniently located right at the beginning of the crawl. That gave me a little room to get positioned to crawl further into the passage. Inside, the tomb gave me a whole new outlook of what it was going to be like to crawl through. Even though this was the largest part of the crawl, it was still small. I could move my head around freely, but every direction I turned, I was staring at a wall of solid rock. When I spoke to B, my voice sounded muffled and like I was talking in a small box. I could rest my chest on the passage floor, but the rocks were uncomfortable. I turned my head to look further ahead, but I couldn't see past the wall of rocks I had built the day before. The squeeze toward the end of the passage was closer now, and apparently even more narrow. I didn't know if I could squeeze through or not. I knew it would be close. I wanted to crawl further into the passage first, however, and I had to work to get some of the loose rocks that were lying on the passage floor out of my way. I was disappointed to find out that most of the rocks that looked loose were actually attached to the floor. I was hoping to just be able to scrape them out of the way. I pushed the sledgehammer into the passage before me, so at this point, I used it to push the rock wall we had made further back in the passage. Then I dragged the sledge back and forth across the floor to move any loose rocks or break up the solid ones. By sliding the head of the hammer under the squeeze, I determined that the narrowest part of the squeeze was about 7 inches high. I figured we would have to do some work before I could slip through. The entire time I had my head in the passage, B was just kicking back, listening to my description and progress reports. At some point, he snapped this photo of me. Thanks, up to this point, the size of the passage was not too big of a deal. I was in an incredibly small passage, but only my upper body was in, and since it was the largest part of the passage, and my arms could move freely, I was pretty calm. Then it was time for the push. I slid the sledgehammer up as far as I could reach. Since my body filled the entrance, I could not slip the tool out, so it was easier to push it ahead in order to rotate my hips to the proper angle to enter the hole. I had to lean my upper body on my forearms, use my feet to climb the wall outside the hole, and slowly crawl into the hole. My hips barely fit. Once they cleared the entrance, I could relax a bit and get positioned to work towards the squeeze. I decided to try the one-arm forward technique to get through. The passage was so narrow that whatever position I started with, I would have to stay with throughout the entire length. There was just no room to move around or change positions. I would also have to turn my head one way or another and keep it in the same position. This crawl was tight. Moving forward at this part of the passage was relatively easy, like you use my forward arm, my left arm to pull, and my other arm to push at the same time. I would wiggle my body, trying to arch as much as I could to keep my chest off the rocks. I tried both ways and determined that I would turn my head to the right. It felt the most comfortable. I began to learn things as I went. I determined that a small flashlight in one hand would be nice, then I could shine it ahead and get a better idea of what I was about to crawl over. This was a difficult maneuver because I had to look overhead. Since my head was turned, it became immediately obvious that we were going to have to do some work removing rocks from the passage floor. As I moved along the surface, I was constantly raking my chest on the rocks. They were sharp, and it was painful. Occasionally, I would cause a rock to slide along under my chest, and it actually wedged me between it and the top of the passage. I would then have to back up and either try to move the rock to the side with my cheek, using a sweeping motion with my head, or back way out and move it with my forward hand. My little trip into the passage represents a major milestone in my caving career. When I began caving, I did not feel overly comfortable going through tight spaces. Even the little squeeze at the beginning of this cave was an obstacle to overcome. By pushing myself and forcing myself to try the narrow passages, I've become much calmer about tight spaces. Still, this passage represented a new benchmark in small spaces. I had not been faced with anything this small. I don't remember having to take off my helmet before now. With this passage, it's mandatory, as I mentioned before. Not only do I have to take off my helmet, but I have to turn my head to the side in order to fit. The journey into the tomb went like this. After I twisted my hips into the passage, I took a few minutes to stop and work out a game plan. Most of the length of my legs was still outside the entrance. They were just dangling in the air. The tomb was still big enough to move my head around and even move my arms freely into position. It was larger than the rest of the passage, but not by much. It was like sticking your head into a box. Everywhere I looked there were rocks, and not too far from my head. Any sound I made was muffled and dead. Now, part of the passage was about 10 feet in. At this point, I was about 3.5 feet in. At about the 4-foot mark, I would have to commit to whatever position I felt comfortable and stay that way until the 12-foot mark, at which time the cave started opening up. I went with my left arm forward and head turned to the right. B had given me a flashlight that I held in my left hand. As I inched forward, I would try to brush loose rocks away with my left hand. This was somewhat successful, but there were a lot of rocks I missed or could not move. As I mentioned in the first little bit of the crawl, I moved along fairly quickly since there was little room above me to negotiate the passage. Then the walls started to close in around me. I had a few extra inches on each side of me, but the top of the crawl was getting very low. At about the 7-foot mark, I could feel the top rubbing my back as I would arch. After another half-foot, I couldn't arch anymore. I had to just push ahead with my toes and pull with my forward arm. I decided it would be a good time to see if I could back out. I tried it, and it was pretty easy. That gave me a lot more confidence. Still, I had B-tie webbing to my feet just in case he had to pull me out. My neck was starting to get sore from being cranked to the side. My head was getting heavy, but to rest it, the only option I had was to lay it down on the broken rocks. It was painful, but I did it frequently. I was staring at the wall to my right, It was a mere 4 or 5 inches from my face. Most of the time, I wasn't watching the wall either. I had my eyes closed, which I sometimes do when I go through a tight spot, or the light wasn't shining in a direction that did me any good. It was very quiet in the tomb, other than my own breath. I was breathing heavily from the effort it took to move. Thankfully, the breeze was present and cooled me off by lifting my head and carefully touching the ceiling from time to time. I could gauge the size of the passage that my body would soon pass through, much like a cat using its whiskers to gauge an opening in a fence. At the 7.5-foot mark, I could tell things were about to get real tight while lying in the darkness in a passage deep within a cave. One is in a unique position to ponder a mountain, literally resting on top of me, the entire earth lying below. One tiny movement of earth, and I would cease to exist, or worse, to recognize the fear shared by Floyd Collins as he lay there trapped for days deep within the heart of Mother Earth, incapable of freeing himself from his earthen prison. Picture yourself lying in my position, lying on your stomach, your left arm extended over your head, your right arm at your side, having only a few inches in which to move. Your arms and hands are sore and bleeding from crawling and pulling yourself across the broken rocks. Your entire body is resting on the rocks. Your neck gets tired of holding your head off the rocks, so you gently rest your cheek on the rock to rest. Once you start again, you have to push with your toes to scoot your body forward, sliding across the rocks. After moving a few inches, you are breathing hard and have to rest. As you inhale, you can feel your back pressing hard against the top of the squeeze. It takes several minutes before you recover enough to press forward. The entire time you are lying there, you think about how you are going to get back out. And what if? Well, that's pretty much what I was going through at that point in the passage. I decided that this would be a good time to throw in a photo of the squeeze. The photo was actually taken on a different trip, but it shows how tight things are at that point in the passage. Notice my head turned to the side, not by choice, and you can see how I would rest my cheek on the rocks. You can also see how difficult it is to look ahead of me. My arms are pinned to my side. I later determined that would be the best position. T here is virtually no space between the top of the passage and my back. Tight, not for the claustrophobic inclined. When I reached the point where my back was rubbing and I could feel with my head the passage was not getting bigger, I knew I was most likely not going to get through. Still, I decided to give it one more push. If I had been in this position a year ago, I would have been in a state of panic, but not today. I took a few minutes to rest, then I went for it. I exhaled completely all of the air in my lungs. This caused my chest to collapse enough to scoot forward a few inches. Because it takes so much effort to scoot, I only went a few inches before I had to stop and breathe. As I inhaled, my chest pressed hard against the floor and my back against the top. It took a little longer to get my breath back. Unbelievably, I did it again. Exhale, scoot, and rest. Again, only a few inches. Repeat. I took a few extra minutes to enjoy this position, pinned in this small passage. I could not believe how relaxed I was. I tried one more time to exhale and scoot. My back was rubbing too much to continue. Despite the failed effort, I was psyched. It took several long minutes to lay there and recover from the effort. B had been encouraging me the entire time. It was fun to hear him cheer as he saw my shoes go deeper and deeper into the hole. Backing out was not too difficult. It did take some work. I encountered the same obstacles as when I went in. After I wiggled my hips out of the hole, which took some time, I had trouble getting my shoulders out. Both arms were overhead at this point. My shirt was getting caught in the rocks, and my shoulders were brushing against sharp rocks. After struggling to find a good position, I gave up and just pulled my upper body out. My shirt pulled up over my head, and I had some nice scratches on my shoulders, but I didn't care. To me, This trip was a success, and I had pushed myself beyond what I thought was possible. I kneeled at the entrance and looked into the narrow passage I had just been in. The rock wall was now at the 11-foot mark. I had pushed it in a little with my forward hand. The smallest point was at the 9-foot mark. We were close. Between the work and the excitement, I was tired. I just sat on the rope, grinning from ear to ear about what a trip. The rest of the journal entry talks about the usual, our climb out, dinner, trip home, etc. On our way home, we brainstormed and came up with some ideas that would help us get through. We both invented some tools to remove the rocks on the floor deep within the passage. We were both very excited by this trip, I from pushing my limits in the cave, and B from his success in climbing out of the cave. This was the first time he was able to climb all the way out without the help of climbing devices or my help. It was a personal success that showed the progress he had made since his accident. I remain amazed that we could so easily forget the terrifying moment we experienced just the day before. All had been forgotten, with the strange noise being blamed in our minds on some rational and harmless explanation. Cirque 7th of April, prior to going back out to Mystery Cave again, we spent a lot of time preparing. We made a squeeze box, which is a wooden box the opening of which can be adjusted in size. We could then crawl through the opening and measure to see how tight of a squeeze we could fit through. From that, we were able to determine that I need about 8 inches in height to get through the smallest portion of Floyd's tomb. This meant we would have to scrape out about an inch from the floor of the passage. We also learned that the best position I would need to get through the passage would be on my stomach with my arms by my side, my head turned one way or the other. That position allowed my shoulder blades to drop to their lowest point. In order to move, I would push forward or backward with my toes. It sounds difficult, but it felt adequate. Later, it proved to work sufficiently. The second thing we did to prepare was to construct the tools we invented to work within the cave. I came up with a clever way to chip away inside the passage without having to climb inside. I had my neighbor weld together several lengths of steel pipe in a manner that would allow us to take it apart while we climbed down to the tomb. B came up with a cool design for a scraper using angle iron. He had his neighbor weld it together. It proved to be an invaluable tool for scraping and removing the rock. We were both proud of our inventions. I also made a device to hold my drill that is attached to our pipe. We ended up not using it since B's scraper device worked so well. I took an oath, I made a vow, I would not leave the cave until I had made it through the passage and conquered Floyd's tomb. This would be the trip. It had been a long time since we had been out to Mystery. We had been busy though. We made the tools. We talked about it. It was fun coming up with ideas for tools, and also we made a squeeze box to determine the best technique for getting through the tight spots. Plus, we knew about how much rock we needed to remove before we could get through. We were excited to get back out to the cave to finish our project. Now, climbing down to the passage took a little longer than usual, since we had extra tools to carry. Once we got down to the passage, we immediately got to work, using the scraping tool with the pipe I had made. It worked like a charm. We could hammer the pipe on one end, and the scraping tool on the other end dug into the rock. Then we could push the debris all the way through the passage and out of our way. When we needed to measure our progress, we turned the scrapers sideways in the passage and observed the clearance. We worked for about 2 hours before I had a desire to try the tomb. I just wanted to make sure I was going to make it through on the first try. B made one more sweep of the passage floor, clearing any loose rocks from where I'd be crawling and pushing the wall we had made to the back of the squeeze. I made preparations for the crawl by fashioning duct tape suspenders to prevent my shirt from sliding around. While sliding across the rock, I went with a flashlight in my hand, even though my hand would be at my side. I knew I would need it once I got through. As an expression of faith, I did not tie a rope to my feet. I was confident I was going to make it. Finally, I made the attempt, although I didn't mention it in my journal. We did notice the breeze was back and the rumbling present. Since we didn't do any work to the entrance, I had to go through the same dance routine to even enter the passage. And once I got my upper body through the hole, I shined the flashlight ahead of me to find a plan of attack. The passage didn't seem any bigger than last time I was there, but most of the work was done deeper in the squeeze. I paused for a few minutes, then twisted my hips to get my lower body in. I slowly inched forward as my entire body filled the passage. Before I was completely in, I got into position for the push. I dropped both of my hands to my side and turned my head to the right. Then I began to inch forward. Once my toes were inside the cave, I used them to push forward. To keep from scraping my body, I would walk, using my shoulders and knees and toes. Progress was slow but steady. That was fine by me. A foot or two before the tight spot, I could already tell there was a little more room. Even so, I began to touch the roof of the passage with my back. This time, however, I was able to continue moving forward. I reached the lowest point in the passage, and I could tell it was going to be tricky, even with the work we had done. Clearing the loose rocks, I still felt sharp pebbles rolling under my chest as I slid along. When I could feel my back brushing the top of the passage in several places, I reverted to my technique of exhaling before I began. However, I took a minute to lay there in the passage. I could see the glow of B's flashlight as the rays of light managed to squeeze past my body. I could feel the cool breeze evaporate the drops of dirty sweat on my forehead. I could feel 1,000 sharp edges dig into the surface of my skin. I felt the twinge of excitement as I realized that the goal we had set out to achieve weeks ago was about to be realized. This thought alone made me want to keep moving, no matter how tight the passage became. I breathed in and out rapidly for a few moments, then began music. After just a few seconds of scooting, I could raise my head off the floor of the squeeze and tell that the passage was beginning to open up. I relayed this information to B, and we both took a few seconds to celebrate. During the rest of the slide through the passage, B was cheering me on. Virgin Passage and Neil Armstrong territory were the phrases he kept repeating. I was grinning ear to ear, even though the passage was beginning to get larger. It was still slow going. I had to continue scooting along for another 1.5 feet before I could slide my arms underneath me. To use them to crawl at that point, I felt my journey was essentially over. I was able to sit up slightly and move the rock wall we had erected several trips ago. Those rocks served as a somber reminder that a little caution would be wise. I shouted back to B that I was through. We both took a moment to congratulate ourselves on our success. B would likely never be able to squeeze through the passage and see what I am seeing, so I gave him a description of what the cave looked like at this point. I only had my mini mag, so I could not see very far into the passage. The end of the passage made a gentle right turn and seemed to go for a ways. I was unable to do anything at this point but sit, due to the size of the passage. All of the broken rocks we had pushed through Floyd's tomb were around me at this point. There were no other signs of human intrusion, and I had to wait until B passed me my helmet light to get a better feel for the cave. B sent the pole we made to slide me the end of a rope. Then I was able to pull all of my gear through the squeeze. The first thing he sent through was my helmet and light. After I got the light fired up, I was able to see our new section of cave bars. It was an exciting experience to see the result of hours of hard work over the course of several weeks, and at this point, we still had no idea what the cave had to offer. The only thing I could see was the passage immediately following the squeeze. It was a narrow passage with a low ceiling. I would easily be able to get through it, but I would have to crawl, and I began taking pictures so I could show B. I asked B how far he thought I should venture into the new cave in light of the strange events that occurred. For the first time, he toned down his enthusiasm as he remembered the noises. He slid the pipe through the tomb with a loosened tip on the end. He said I could use it as a weapon if I ran into an animal or something. He also told me to make sure we could hear each other as I progressed into the cave. Even though we were at least thinking of the possibility of running into trouble, we never really considered the fact that if I got into trouble, B would never be able to rescue me, and, in fact, no one would be able to get to me for many hours. If I were in serious trouble, as in hurt, there was no way anyone would be able to get to me in time. But, symbolic of the whole experience, we were focused on our goal and not the potential dangers we faced. So far, we had verbal bullets. So far, I strapped on my gloves and knee pads and grabbed my camera and began my adventure. I crawled through the passage, which was about 20 feet long. At the end of the crawl, the cave bent slightly to the right, and I would have to climb up a gentle slope, but then I would be able to stand. By the end of the next section of the cave, the next section was about 40 feet long. In addition to having a higher ceiling, the walls were a little wider from the section I had just crawled through. Both sections were relatively straight. The floor was covered with rocks which crunched as I crawled, and then walked across them. The walls were basically the same as much of Mystery Cave, except pristine. It was obvious no one had been there before me. Upon closer examination of the walls, I found two delicate types of formations. The first resembled several chunks of grated cheese tied together on one end, with the rest of the cheese just flopping down. The second formation was just tiny strands of rock, thinner than human hair. It looked pretty cool. I found several examples of both kinds of formations. I was not even through the section of the cave, and I could barely hear Brucine Ave passages are not very acoustic. I shouted to him that I would go for half an hour and then return. He said that would be fine, and to be careful. Then I proceeded to explore some more, and I could walk nearly upright at this point. I was on the third straight section of the cave when I discovered a crystal formation on the wall to my right. It was in several layers on the wall, resembling clear candle wax that was allowed to melt and drip down the wall. There were several small stalactite-looking formations formed by these crystals. The longest was about 4 inches in length, and there would have been one much longer, judging by the size of the base, but it had broken off. I looked to see if I could locate where it ended up, but I couldn't. The passage continued for another 100 feet or so before the cave opened up a little. It was at the end of a short, straight segment of the cave. At the very end of the segment, the cave made a bend to the left and opened up into a room. Just at the point where the room began, there was a round rock that appeared to be leaning against the wall. This seemed odd, but singular formations are common in caves, so it was by no means unique. I had crawled and stepped over several large chunks of rock that fell down from the ceiling, but this one was more round than the others. Once past the rock, the room opened up to a height of about 15 feet. It was about 15 feet in width and about 30 feet in length. At the far end of the room, there was another passage leading straight out. As I entered the room, I had a real feeling. It was like that old saying, I felt like I was being watched. Once again, the excitement of the new find faded, and the memories of the mysterious side of the cave crept back into my mind. Suddenly, I felt very alone. Fortunately for my ego, I was nearly out of time and had to get back to B before my half hour was up. I took several pictures of the room. I was going to just get a feel for how long the next passage was when something caught my attention. On the left side of the room, On the wall at about eye level, I discovered what appeared to be hieroglyphics. It was a single drawing that almost appeared to be just part of the rock coloration. It looked like very crude representations of people standing below a symbol. I was pumped. This meant that there had to be another entrance to this cave. Even if the entrance was closed or blocked, it might mean an opportunity to open it and get B into the cave. I took another look at the drawing to make sure I could describe it to B. And then I took some more pictures and headed back. When I got back to the squeeze, I could barely talk fast enough to let B know everything I discovered. He was just as excited to hear about our newly found treasures. As we debated what our next move would be, I began to send my gear back through the tomb to B. I told him it would be best if we got someone else to come back with me, in case something happened. And he agreed. Once I got all of my gear through, I was faced with the wonderful task of having to negotiate Floyd's tomb again. Theoretically, a person should be able to get out of a passage just as he crawled through by simply reversing what he just did. If he contorts his body a certain way to get in, he should be able to get into the same position to get out. In practice, this may not prove to be possible or practical. Such was the case with the tomb. I determined in advance that I would attempt to go headfirst back through the squeeze. I knew that I could definitely make it through by going feet first, but that would mean backing up all the way through the tomb. That would take a long time and be very exhausting. My only concern in going headfirst was when I got to the end of the squeeze. I would have to get through the hole we had made without the benefit of being able to twist my body. Oh well, and I chose to go ahead first and deal with the exit when I got to it. I started into the squeeze very close to a tight spot, so at least I would have it over with soon. It turned out to be tricky getting through. I had to shift my hips to the right a little to get through, but I just kept plugging away at it. My hands were once again by my side, my head was turned to the right, and I was scooting with my toes. And once again I was using my head as a gauge to tell when I was at the tight spot. Then when I was past it, it seemed to get a little tighter, a little quicker on the way out. It must have been from all the work we had done to get through. I was a little over halfway through when something bizarre happened. I was laying there, taking a brief break, when I heard a sound deep within the cave. It was the faint but distinct sound of rocks sliding on rock. My blood froze in its veins. I couldn't move. I just lay there, straining to hear the sound again. Nothing. I quickly began to scoot toward the exit. I didn't mention the sound to B, but I did recall one of our earlier trips when B said he heard the same thing. The task of getting out of the hole turned out to be as painful as I thought it would be. I had to put my arms overhead and force my shoulders through the hole. I definitely left some skin behind as I slipped through. B helped me as I wiggled my upper body out of the passage. Then I could catch myself and use my lower body to aid. I was out. B and I shook hands and began to load up our gear. I was trying to listen to any sound coming from the hole, but we were making too much noise gathering our stuff. As much as I looked forward to getting into the passage, it was a relief to get back out. That is pretty much how I feel about caves in general. I love to go in, but I feel good when I get back out again. Something strange happened with the pictures I took in the new part of the cave. The pictures I took in the passage leading up to the large room all turned out just fine. And strangely, none of the pictures taken in the room turned out. And more importantly, pictures of the hieroglyphics I saw. Pictures taken before and after the room turned out great, but the negatives of the photos taken in the room were clear. Nothing. I remember what the hieroglyphics looked like, so I drew a picture to give you an idea of what I saw. So be 14th of April. Only a couple of days elapsed before B found someone who wanted to explore the passage with us. B told me he talked to a few other people who couldn't make it because of scheduling conflicts. He said they really grilled him for information about the cave and about the passage. He would not tell them which cave it was to ensure that we explored it to our satisfaction. Even the guy who ended up going with us did not know which cave until we were very close to it. and he was sworn to secrecy that he would not reveal the location to anyone on the planet. I won't identify him by name, so I will just refer to him as Joe. B and I set out early in the morning to make sure we could spend all the time we wanted in the new passage. When we got to the cave, we were able to rig up and descend rather quickly. It helps when you don't have to haul half a hardware store down into the cave. Joe was impressed by our work. Even B and I took a minute to pat ourselves on the back for all the hard work we put in and for the fact that we made it through. Joe is a rather thin caver who has had a lot of experience in caves. He said this might be the tightest squeeze he had ever been in, but it didn't bother him. I knew that physically he would be able to make it since I was bigger than him, and I made it. He was just as excited as us to get through and get caving, maybe more. He quickly got ready and was waiting to hear what the plan of attack was going to be. I figured I would send him through first since he was ready, and I would follow. B would pass our gear through and wait for us outside the passage. He would give us 2 hours to return. It was nice of B to go down into the cave and babysit us. It gets really boring sitting there in a cave. With our plan set, when we were ready to roll, it was perhaps irresponsible of us not to tell Joe about all the unexplainable events that occurred in the cave until after he had gone through. But what exactly do you tell someone? How many of the weird things did we need to reveal to him? We did not feel that we were in any danger, nor would we go into the cave ourselves, so we did not tell him a thing prior to him entering Floyd's tomb. Of course, when we did tell him afterward, it was too late. I couldn't believe how easy Joe slipped through the passage. He said it was tight, but it sure didn't look like it. Once he got in, we passed him his gear. Then I started in. Even though I knew that I could fit through, it was still a slow trip through the tomb. You can only go so fast when you are scooting with your toes. When I reached the tight spot of the squeeze, I had Joe snap a picture of me. I thought it would make a good photo once I got through. He started to relay my stuff to me. Then disaster struck. I had gone all the way in and turned around to pull my gear through. I had just got my helmet, ironically, and the light, and was turning around to feed the rope back to B when I smacked my head on the top of the passage. Human skull versus solid rock. Rock won. I told B what had happened, so he sent my first aid kit through. I was bleeding, but even worse, I didn't feel too good. I patched myself up, then told Joe I didn't think I'd better continue. He looked like a little kid who was told that Christmas would be canceled, although I didn't like the idea of him exploring the cave without me. For the first selfish reasons, of course, I wanted him to at least see part of the cave for making the trip out there. I told him how far to go and how long it would take, and then sent him on his way. As I laid there, I could hear him crawling in the darkness. His light disappeared after the first turn. I rested a minute or two and began my journey back through the squeeze. It was disappointing to get all the way to the cave and then not be able to explore it to its end. Actually, it's killing me. After I got through Floyd's tomb, which was painful, I sat down and munched on a Cliff Bar while B bandaged my childhood. I told him I would pay for a motel room if he would stay overnight. Then we could see how I was doing the next day and make another attempt at the cave. I felt goofy for having smacked my head on a cave wall. As long as Joe would stay overnight, we were determined to wrap things up the next day. Once this was settled, we just sat back and enjoyed the darkness. We could hear no sounds coming from the passage. The silence reminded me of the scraping noise that I heard last time we were out there. I brought up the subject with B. Since I had not explored the cave completely, I could not offer any explanation of what could be making the scraping noise, or the change in the wind, strength, or the rumbling, or that terrible scream that we heard. Suddenly, we both wished we had not sent Joe into the cave alone. He went to the hole and yelled into it, "Joe!" No answer. Not surprising. You just can't hear each other when you are very far apart in a cave. We nervously awaited any sounds, good sounds, that is, Joe-type sounds. The 20-minute time limit we had set passed, then 25 minutes. I really had no desire to climb back through the squeeze. My head was still throbbing, and the squeeze looked tighter than ever. Still, I knew I was going to have to make sure Joe was safe. Just as I was getting prepared to go back through, I saw a light deep in the passage. "Joe," I called out. Nothing. "Joe, I am still." No answer. The light got brighter, and I could hear the noise of someone crawling across the broken rock that lined the cave. "You okay?" Joe was his weak reply. When he got to the other side of the tomb, he said he was not feeling well. He quickly took his gear off and put it in the bag so we could pull it through. As I pulled the bag through the passage, he began to climb back through the tomb. We didn't even get a chance to question him about what he saw before he was coming back through. He quickly slipped through the squeeze and the hole, and we finally got a good look at him. He looked terrible. His face was pale, and he was out of breath. The dust that covers the floor of the squeeze left its mark on his face and clothes. He had numerous small cuts and scratches on his face and arms, probably from his rapid exit from the passage. His eyes were wide open. We only had a brief moment to look at the change that occurred to Joe before he started to head up and out of the cave without saying a word, while Joe and Bee started for the surface. I took a minute to gather our gear, then I stopped to listen into the passage. I heard nothing, and I felt nothing. The wind had stopped. Part of me wanted to get out of the cave as fast as possible, but another part of me wanted to immediately climb back through the passage to find out what made this cave tick. Then was not the time, though I still felt a little dizzy from my injury. At that moment, I noticed Bee and Joe had made good time getting up the cave passage, and I was left alone. Chills ran through my body as I scurried to catch up with them. Once we got outside the cave, I figured we would be able to find out more from Joe, but when he got up the final climb, he just unclipped from the rope and went straight to the truck. In the light of the day, he looked even worse than in the cave. Bee and I gathered up the rope and our gear and headed for the truck. Joe said he did not want to stay overnight because he felt terrible, and we believed him, so he headed home. We could get no more information from Joe. He just stared straight ahead. He was shaking like a leaf, and he said he wasn't cold. When we tried to question him, his answers were short. I asked him if he saw the hieroglyphics. Number. Did he hear us yelling? Number. Did he see the round rock? Number. Did he see the crystals? Number. He just said he went a little ways in and started to feel sick. Something was fishy about his answers. He would have had to have seen the hieroglyphics if he got far enough into the cave that he couldn't hear us yelling. But why would he not elaborate? The rest of the trip passed in an eerie silence. Joe didn't say much else. We gave him a brief outline of the strange events that happened in the cave. He didn't reply. As we were dropping him off, we asked if he wanted to go back into the cave. He shook his head and ran into his house. I tried to call him later in the day and the next day, but only got his voicemail Sakab, 28th of April. In this journal entry, I discussed briefly the feelings Bee and I had at this point. I would like to elaborate on those feelings and set the mood for this part of my journal. I hope I can successfully convey our exact thoughts and feelings as we contemplate our next move. If not, I'm afraid we will appear to the average listener as being ignorant, naive, or downright foolish. This cave represented to us a culmination of weeks of hard work, complete with an array of emotions, from fatigue to fear, anticipation to pain, from frustration to glory. To us, we were not standing on the brink of possible destruction, but rather honoring an unspoken commitment, much like a parent of a wayward child. We were not about to abandon our child, out of fear of the unknown. Like it or not, this cave had become a part of us, and now we must see this adventure to its fruition. Additionally, the verbose explanations aside, we were being eaten alive with curiosity. Despite the overwhelming number of unexplained occurrences we experienced, we had to go back into this cave. What was making the rumbling noise? What caused the change in wind strength? Etc., etc. All the way down to Joe, what could possibly have happened to him? What did he see or experience? We had many lengthy discussions about what our next move would be. We kept coming to the same conclusion. We had to return to the cave. We could offer no possible scenarios that would solve the many riddles held deep within the cave. The only way we could hope to complete the puzzle would be to conquer the cave. We were going back to Mystery Cave 2 weeks after our trip with Joe, and we were on our way back to the cave. To prepare for this trip, we contacted the local cave rescue group and got permission to borrow their low-voltage two-way phone. The phone consists of 2 transceivers and a long spool of thin wire. I would then be able to unwind the wire as I went into the passage and stay in contact with B the entire time. We also thought it would be a good idea to take a video camera into the new passage. I purchased a case that would protect my video camera from dust as well as sharp rocks. I was more than willing to pay the cost of the case just to make sure B got to see the entire passage. My head was doing fine. I still had a light red line to mark the spot where I tried to break the rock with my head. I never went to a doctor, but it was a very painful experience. I thought about what would have happened if I had been able to go into the passage with Joe. He was a changed man after he came out. I have been calling his house nearly every day trying to talk to him, but he won't answer his phone. B called his work, and a mutual friend told him that Joe called in sick 2 weeks ago and hasn't been seen since. He said Joe warned his boss he might be out for a while. I even stopped by his house twice. The first time, it looked like someone was home, but no one answered the door. The second time, his car was gone, and there were no lights on. I hoped to talk to him before this trip. It didn't work out. As we were rigging up the rope to descend into the cave, I felt something for the first time. I did not want to go into the cave. It was not a feeling of foreboding. I was not receiving some premonition. I just had no desire to enter the underground world of Mystery Cave. I didn't share this feeling with B at that time, even though I had noticed he didn't want to go into the cave. I knew he had to assume. Every double checked my gear and slipped over the edge of the cliff rift from the beginning. It seemed like the cave did not want us there. Nothing went smoothly. Every time we tried to clip a carabiner or tie a knot or attach something to a rope, we had to do it 2 or 3 times to get it right. Unfortunately, we recognized this and made sure everything was safe and secure. As we slowly made our way down, we were continually bumping into the side of the cave, or stumbling as we walked, or dropping things. We finally reached a point where we stopped to gather ourselves before continuing. Our load was relatively light, but we were making an effort to get to the hole. Finally, we made it. We checked the camera and phone to make sure they survived the trip. We tested everything, and I gathered the gear I wanted to take into the passage. Then it was time. We looked at each other, but said nothing. Then I turned to face the passage. As I twisted my body to begin entering the tomb, I desperately hoped it would be the last time I would contort my body to enter this claustrophobic nightmare. The trip through Floyd's tomb went smoothly, and, figuratively speaking, after I got through, we took several minutes to get everything passed through to me. I got suited up and tested all the equipment. The phone worked like a charm. I videotaped the squeeze and then the first section of the new passage. Since I would be unable to tape while I crawled, my plan was to crawl to the next section. then stop and film some more. I could video what I had just been through, and then video what I was going to crawl through next. That way, I could get each section from both ends. I was starting to feel pretty good about the trip. I felt a sense of personal satisfaction, not being able to provide a way for B to see the fruits of his labor. It was awkward, lugging my camera and unrolling the phone wire while trying to crawl. I knew it would be worth it, though the small formations were too small to show up on the video. With normal outside lighting, it would have been no problem, but my headlight was the only source of light, and the effort was futile. The crystal formations turned out quite nice. They were easily large enough and made for some pretty good footage. I took advantage of the film stop to check the phone. It was comforting to hear someone's voice deep within the passage, which added briefly. Then I unplugged the phone and prepared to continue. The phone resembled an oversized regular phone, more like the ones you would see in war movies. When I wanted to talk to B, I would just plug the phone into a special jack on the spool wire. The power source was on B's end of the phone, so it was always turned on. The reception was as clear as a normal phone. I continued forward. Even though the progress was slow, it was steady. Things were going pretty good till I reached the round rock. Once again, I had a strange feeling, just like last time. I looked around carefully but saw nothing to be alarmed about. I proceeded to film the entire room. I got good shots of the round rock from all angles. I got the walls, ceiling, and floor to the best of my ability. I even got some pretty good tape of the figure on the wall. It was difficult to make out exactly what was on the video, but you could definitely tell something was there. After I taped everything to my satisfaction, I moved toward the end of the room to prepare to explore new territory. At the far end of the large room was the passage that led to darkness. The entrance was about a foot lower than my head, and it looked like it continued at that height for as far back as I could see. I ducked under the ceiling and prepared to see new sights. The walls of the new passage were darker than the rest of the cave. To this point, the floor was made up of the same type of broken rocks. The ceiling had the same type of near-perfect arch as in the old section of Mystery Cave. It also seemed out of place in the jagged atmosphere of a cave. I could only see back about 30 feet or so, where the passage appeared to make a right-hand turn. I thought this would be a good place to check in with B. I took a couple of beeps before he answered the phone, but once he did, his voice was still crystal clear. It sounded like he might have been snoozing, and I didn't have long. He said he was doing fine, and I could take as much time as I needed. I thanked him and hung up. His patience has been wonderful during this whole project. He spent a lot of time just waiting for me while I explored the passage. I was glad he was still willing to sit and wait. I hung up the phone and started to film the new passage. Then it happened. From behind me, I heard this great big noise. It was loud. It was close. It was coming from the large room I just left. I wheeled around to face whatever had made that noise. When I did, I lost my presence of mind and stood up at the same time. My helmet crashed into the passage ceiling. My light broke, and I was buried in the heavy darkness. Pain shot through my neck and down into my back. The helmet had protected my head, but my neck was nearly numb from the impact. Fear enveloped me, and my knees began to weaken. I slowly and involuntarily slumped to my knees. I gently set the camera down as I began to see stars from the pain in my upper back. The scraping noise lasted only a second, and now the only sound I could hear was my own panic-inspired breathing. Not only could I feel the fear thick upon my chest, but the darkness seemed to hold me in place. I felt like I was vulnerable from every direction. I wanted to turn and look behind me, and to the side of me, and in front of me. Everywhere I looked, I saw black. I finally broke the stupor of terror long enough to reach for an alternative light source the mini mag on my helmet. I twisted the light to turn it on, and when I did, I nearly cried. I had forgotten to put fresh batteries in, and now I could barely see more than a few feet. Still, it was better than nothing. I immediately began shining the light with all my might into the large room. I strained to get a glimpse of any movement in the room. Nothing. I was shaking violently, and as I sat there trying to figure out what to do, my mind was not thinking clearly. I honestly thought I was going to die right there in the cave. For a fleeting moment, I wondered how B would ever figure out what had happened to me. Then it hit me like a boulder, the phone. My mind must have been clearing up at that point, because I also thought about my glow sticks without taking my eyes off the large room. I felt around in my pack. The glow sticks. Since I was carrying the phone and video camera, I removed as much as possible from my pack, and one of the things I left with B was my backup headlamp. Thus, I was left with only the glow sticks. I found one and ripped it out of the package. I could tell something was wrong by how it sounded. It had been inadvertently broken and was now useless. I chucked it to the ground and searched my pack for another. I took my eyes off the large room only to check the passage behind me occasionally. I found another glow stick and broke it to light it up. The soft green glow created eerie colors on the walls of the cave. The stick provided barely enough light to see the immediate area and provided no hint of what lay ahead. I felt the pack for one more light. Again, without taking my eyes off the room, I felt a third glow stick and ripped it out of the package. After breaking it to make sure it worked, I hesitated, then threw the glow stick into the large room. The throw was a perfect one, and the stick sailed through the length of the room. In the brief moment that the light traveled through the room, I saw nothing but cave walls. The absence of anything unusual did nothing to ease my state of panic. At the far end of the room, I got a brief glimpse of the round rock as the light bounced on it. Then the light went behind the rock and seemed to disappear. I was still shaking, but at least I didn't see anything. Still, there was the noise. I used the glow stick to light the phone reel, and with fumbling fingers, I managed to plug my phone into the jack. I put the phone up to my ear and heard nothing. The usual beeps to indicate connection with the other phone weren't there. Terrified, I pulled the phone from the jack and reinserted it. Again, silence. The line was dead. What could have happened? I just talked to B. I found myself nearly sobbing with fear. I knew the only way out of here was back the way I came, but something was there. A third attempt at making contact with B met with the same results. I tried to think of another plan, but I could only focus on the memories of the grinding sound that I had heard. In my weakened state, I slumped against the side of the passage, breathing like I had just finished a race, never breaking eye contact with the shadows of the large room. As my shoulder touched the wall, I had a powerful jolt of pain that reminded me of my collision with the roof of the cave. Despair, agony, terror. I can't exactly say how long I sat there, but my feet were tingling and my knees were sore. The pain in my back crept lower, although my neck felt no different. I resolved to make an attempt to exit this evil passage. I knew if I waited too long, I would lose what little light I had. I attempted to stand, but did not have the strength. I crawled slowly to the near end of the large room, dragging my pack beside me. Using the walls of the cave, I was able to slowly stand, though not straight, due to my sore back. Still breathing rapidly, I slowly advanced through the room. I wound up the phone wire as I went. My eyes were staring straight ahead, straining for any signs of movement with every step. My light cast ever-changing shadows on the walls, keeping me busy while trying to look at everything. My eyes burned as I realized I had not blinked for many minutes. How many? How long has this been going on? The only sounds I could hear were the crunch of my feet on the broken rock and the wheezing of my breath. As I wound the cord, I could hear the squeak of the reel with each turn, bringing me closer to the tomb, closer to B, closer to safety. The short trip through the room took an eternity. As I passed the crude drawing, it seemed to glow as if offering some sort of warning. I didn't know what the drawing represented, but everything about this cave seemed to instill fear. Toward the far end of the room, I could see the round rock dimly at the far reaches of my light. Something seemed different about it, but I couldn't tell what. When I got within a few feet, I could finally tell what had changed. It had moved. That was the sound I heard again. Terror gripped my entire body, and as I realized how close I was to something, I had no choice but to continue. And still, it was not easy. I inched toward the rock, holding the glow stick ahead of me in my shaking hand, using it to pierce the darkness. I stopped just this side of the rock and wound up slack in the phone wire. Then I realized why I had lost contact with B. The rock was now sitting on the wire. I gave it a tug, and the thin wire snapped. My only hope of contact with the outside world ceased to exist when that wire broke. I had never felt so alone and helpless. Buried deep within the earth, I had voluntarily descended into my own grave with a casket of solid rock. With the phone now useless, I set it down in the passage. My gaze fixed on the round rock, I proceeded forward. My breathing was rapid, with my throat dry and aching and my mouth dusty. With every crunch of the rock below my feet, my heart seemed to stop. No movement could be seen in the green glow of my stick. I got to the rock and peered over the top. Seeing nothing, I took several rapid steps past it. When I reached the other side, I recoiled in horror at what I saw. In the side of the passage, near the floor, was a hole with another passage revealed. It had been covered by the rock, but now it was exposed. The rock could not have moved by itself. I backed away from the hole and collided with the opposite wall. I had not been paying attention to the pain in my back, but now it came back to me in all its fury. I stared down the newly discovered passage. It went down at a 45-degree angle and continued straight for as far as I could see. Several feet down, I could see the glow stick that I'd thrown. It illuminated the passage enough that I could tell the walls were fairly smooth. The floor seemed to be the same way, unlike the rest of the cave. The passage was about 3 feet in diameter as far as I could see. It would have been an easy passage to explore if I had the least desire to do so. Right now, I wanted out of the cave and into daylight. I slowly backed away from the hole toward B. I never took my eyes off the abyss. I nearly tripped over the phone wire as I turned to leave this devil's lair. I noticed my mini-mag was practically dead, leaving me with only 2 glow sticks. I wanted to sprint to Floyd's tomb. Just hearing another human being would help alleviate some of the fear I was experiencing. As I turned away from the large rock in the hole, I felt an overwhelming sense of panic fill my soul. It felt like a legion of demons was about to attack me from behind. I felt my salvation lay ahead of me in the darkness, and Lucifer was behind me, trying to keep me from safety. I found myself moving much faster than I should have been in that cave. My only thought was to get out as quickly as possible. I passed the crystal formation, barely even noticing this beautiful creation of nature in the green glow of my light. Every time I ducked to avoid a rock, I felt my back scream its reminder of my injury. When I got to the point in the passage where I had to crawl, I flung myself down on all fours, barely slowing down as I dropped. When my hands came in contact with the cave floor, I felt an electric shock shoot all the way down my back and simultaneously down my arms. For the first time since this nightmare had begun, I let out a scream. I crumpled down and lay there on the rock with new levels of pain, manifesting every time I inhaled, whimpering from fear and pain. I tried to listen to any other noise in the cave. I could feel the silence pounding in my head. I knew from previous trips that B was still out of earshot, but I was close, forcing myself to move. I winced as I pulled my body onto all fours and started to progress along the cave. I still held the glow stick in my hand that I had ceased checking behind me. Now my focus was ahead of me. I reached the point where I could yell to B, but I didn't make a sound and didn't want to stop long enough to talk. Finally, I reached the last stretch of the cave before the squeeze. As I was crawling towards the beginning of the tomb, I called B. He answered back. I screamed to him to get everything ready to go. He asked if I was okay, since he hadn't heard from me on the phone. He had gotten worried. I told him no, and to get everything ready to go. When I reached the rope, I flipped off my helmet and shoved it into my pack. Then I realized I'd forgotten my video camera. It was a fleeting thought. I cared no more about that camera than the passengers of the Titanic cared about a hat or a coat. I tied the pack to the rope and told him to pull it through. Then I told him to start heading towards the surface as soon as he pulled the rope through. He asked why, and I screamed that there was something in the cave with us. My back ached with every move I made. I knew it didn't matter, though I was going to get through the tomb as fast as I could, the injuries notwithstanding. Just as I started into the squeeze, I felt the wind in the passage increase, and with it the most nauseating stench I'd ever experienced. It smelled like damp, rotting rants, putrid death. I almost started to dry heave. I pulled my shirt over my nose to shield me from the overpowering smell. At this point, B smelled it too. He yelled, "What is that?" Then he yelled at me to hurry up and get through. I told him I was coming. Then I took a deep breath through my shirt and started back through. B's yelling had intensified my fear and panic, as if it needed any help. I knew he could sense the urgency of getting out of this place. Still, as I worked my way through, I yelled at him to start up, that I would catch up with him when I got through. He said he would. He placed my glow stick inside the passage, then began to climb out. This time through the squeeze, I had no regard for the tightness of the passage. I was scraping my face, ears, arms, and shoulders. Every inch of the squeeze meant numerous scratches on my body, but I barely noticed them. My back was nearly paralyzing me with pain. Once again, I felt the rising need to vomit because of the odor being delivered to my nostrils by the breeze. Halfway through Floyd's tomb, I took a break to catch my breath. I was approaching exhaustion, and my respiration rate was through the roof. The top of the passage seemed to rest on my cheek, and the floor felt like broken glass on my opposite cheek. As I paused briefly to recuperate, I heard the scraping noise coming from deep within the cave, and continued for several seconds, then silence. I let out a cry which startled me. I was no longer consciously reacting to the noise. The cry was a subconscious response to the fear which flowed throughout my entire body. In a panic, I began to scoot through the passage. As I reached the largest part of the tomb, I quickly slid my arms under my body to get into position to exit. To our home, I grabbed a rope and pulled with all my might. My shoulders reached the hole, they lodged, and I was stuck. I dug my feet into the rocks and wiggled my body back into the passage. Then I turned my body slightly and tried again. This time I was successful pulling my upper body through. I would carefully work my way out, or since to here is a big foot drop on the outside, this time I can't get my legs to fit with my arms. I dropped out of the gym right onto my shoulder. I tried to control it to soften the impact, but was unable to do anything more than take the blow strangely. The pain was focused on my shoulder, apparently not affecting my already sore back. I rolled over onto all fours and then slowly rose to my feet. The smell was much less intense outside the passage. I grabbed the glow stick and used it to find my helmet. I began to head for the webbing to climb up while strapping on my helmet. When I got to the webbing, I reached up to grab hold and recoiled in horror. In the glow of the glow stick, I could see for the first time the injuries to my arms. My forearms were covered with deep cuts and scratches. Much of my arm was covered with blood. The wounds were not deep enough to bleed freely, but rather oozed the blood. In that brief moment that I stopped, I noticed that there was silence in the cave. No sounds coming from the passage. Nothing from up ahead. Once again, the feeling of being alone returned, motivating me to proceed. Climbing up the little drop-off proved to be difficult in my condition. Having a glow stick as the only light source added to the challenge. Once on top, I scrambled to catch up to Bai. I was impressed with the speed of his ascent, although I did not mention any more of my physical condition during my exit. I was hurting with every step I took. Pain shot through my lower back and my neck. My arms were shredded, and my shoulder had a nice gash in it. I honestly believe that were it not for the terror I felt at the time, I would not have had the energy and motivation to climb out. I was running on pure adrenaline. Unfortunately, the adrenaline surge was about to end. I do not see or hear B until I reach the small area at the bottom of the drop. He was on rope and climbing out as fast as he could. I could hear him moving quickly and breathing heavily. I called out to him, and his startled reaction told me he was nearly as tense as I was. He told me to get on rope and start climbing. We both knew that would be dangerous and not something we would ever normally do. But this was different. I stood there looking up at where the rope disappeared into the darkness above me. It danced around as B made his way to safety. He was out of sight, but I knew he was close. I knew the rope was my lifeline to the outside, to light, to safety. Behind me was darkness and fear, the unknown. I had the fleeting thought of a movie scene where the actor had outwitted the monster and had reached the front door of a haunted house. Just as it reaches for the knob, he hears a sound behind him and turns, only to see. I slid the glow stick into the cord on my helmet and reached for the harness. Then I thought I would let B get a little bit higher while I pulled the rope up that was stretched down into the cave. That would make it easier to get up. Once we got to the top of the drop, since it was sore and bleeding, I just pulled it into a pile on the floor. From above, I heard B warn me, and I ducked under the ledge just in time as a loose rock near my feet. I quickly went back to pulling the rope in. I had about half of it in, about 50 feet, when the rope hit a snag. It was solid. There was no way I was going to crawl back in to release it, so I decided just to forget the rope and get my harness on and get out of the cave. I quickly threw the harness around me and started to buckle it. Before I could secure it, I heard a strange noise at my feet. My pulse began to quicken. I looked down at the rope, only to discover to my horror that the rope was disappearing down into the darkness. Something was pulling the rope back into the cave. I let go of the harness and began clawing my way up the rope. The unbuckled harness fell to the floor. Fortunately, I held on to a Prusik ascender. At the moment, I could not think straight and began climbing out of the cave without being attached to the rope. I had climbed out many times without using an ascending device, but I was always attached to the rope just in case. I was climbing as fast as my battered body could haul me up. I was in a near panic state again, and consequently was scraping, bumping, and gouging my arms and legs as I climbed. I screamed to B that something was pulling the rope and yelled back to hurry up. Luck was with me in that I didn't slip and fall back down into the hole. If I had, I would have bounced several times against the sides of the cave before smashing onto the floor, and the injuries would be fatal, without the necessity of having to stop to slide the ascender up the rope. I made an excellent time getting up. I could see rays of light above me coming from the entrance to the cave that told me exactly where I was. I caught up to B on the ledge below where our rappel point was fixed. I told him to keep going. It would only take him a few minutes, but every second would be torture because I had to wait for him to get up. I watched the rope that we had just climbed up. I expected to see some creature from deep within the earth climb up and make me its lunch. The rope moved around a bit in rhythm with B's climbing, but did not appear to have any tension on it. As I stood there waiting for B, I kept watching the rope for signs of anything bizarre. I didn't know if my heart could take any more stress. I could not have been more wired. I tried to relax a bit to make sure I was thinking rationally, but my poor brain had reached sensory overload. As B reached the top of the last climb, I got ready to clip on my ascender and get my sorry butt out of there. It was then that I noticed that the rope began to tighten from below. I could feel the tension on the rope, but it was a steady tension, not like someone was climbing up either way. I wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. I clipped on and scrambled up the rope. I hadn't noticed, but B had kept on moving toward the entrance. I got up the last few feet in a hurry. I just unclipped and kept moving, leaving the rope behind. By the time I got to the entrance of the cave in daylight, B was almost up where the rope was anchored. I wanted to get up so bad, I almost started the free climb without clipping onto the rope. I could see B was almost up, so I clipped on and started. I almost didn't make it up. I just started up when I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. I managed to recover enough to pull myself up the last few feet. As I climbed, I could hear the tension on the rope manifest itself by the stretching noise in the rope. I prayed the rope would not break with me attached to it. The second that I reached the top, I unclipped the ascender. I could see B kneeling down by the tree, so I limped over to him and collapsed. For the first time since I went through Floyd's tomb, we could see each other. We just stared. I knew I looked pretty bad, but I didn't know that B was in such bad shape. He had cuts and scrapes on every exposed surface of his body. His face was pale, almost white. His mouth and his eyes were wide open. He was breathing heavily, almost gasping. The shock we shared at the other's appearance was broken when we heard the rope around the tree stretch and the knot B had tied tight. I was frozen in place, overwhelmed with fright. B seemed to be transfixed on the knot. Then in one motion he produced a pocket knife and began to work on the rope. It is amazing how a person's state of mind can alter the perception of time. I am sure it only took 4 or 5 seconds to sever the rope from the tree, but it seemed like an hour. When the rope was cut, the knot fell to the ground, while the end of the rope zipped across the rocks and over the edge of the cliff. The speed of it caused a humming noise as it went. As soon as the rope was cut, B let out a cry. He dropped the knife and fell backwards. Watching the rope fly over the edge brought the feelings in the passage back to me. I got up and headed toward the truck. I noticed B was still laying there, wide-eyed, staring at the point. The rope disappeared. I called him, which seemed to break his trance. He got up and hurried away from the tree, the cave, the nightmare. Neither of us said a word all the way home. It is now 4 days after our trip to the cave. It has taken me 4 days and dozens of attempts to get this entire experience recorded into my journal. Every time I started to record, I recalled the terrible feelings I had and couldn't say any more. I felt compelled to continue, so as to document the unbelievable events while all the details were fresh in my mind. I can still feel the pain, still smell the stench, and still experience the terror. I would like to say more, but it'll have to wait. Even now, with several days between me and the event, I can't relax. I can barely concentrate. That's all for now. 19. It has been 3 weeks since our last visit to the cave. I want to update everyone as to my condition, my plans for the cave, and the events of the past few weeks. I apologize for not returning your phone calls. I've been getting all your messages. I just haven't felt up to calling back. To Steve and Mark, thank you for your words of encouragement on my answering machine. I know you two are sincerely concerned about me. You are awesome friends, Mark. I know you stopped by the house a few times, and I am sorry I never answered the door. It really helped me just knowing you dropped by. Sis, I can hear the worry in your voice. I am okay. Don't worry about me. Just take care of those nieces and nephews of mine. I figure if I can get this site updated, I can let everyone know at once about how I am doing. A lot has happened in the last 3 weeks, so I'll do my best to cover everything. I guess I should start where the last entry left off. It took several days to get the last journal entry recorded over. I was so shook up from the experience that I could do little else but sit around and ponder what had happened. Right now, I am on long-term medical leave from work. I tried to go to work several days after the event, but my boss sent me home. I couldn't concentrate, and I looked terrible. I've even been to the doctor, but I couldn't tell him about the experience, so I just told him I was under a lot of stress. He recommended rest and gave me a prescription to help me relax. Good drugs. When we left the cave, I was nearly in a state of shock. I could not think clearly and was having a difficult time trying to understand what had happened. I didn't eat much, nor did I get any sleep. I was glad I had the presence of mind to record my experience while it was fresh in my mind. As I listened to what I said, I feel like I accurately portrayed what happened in the cave that day. I wouldn't change anything I said, even though it took 3 days to record it. When I finished recording my journal, I felt much better. I guess it was kind of therapeutic. Unfortunately, it didn't last. In fact, it was after that things got really bad. B and I parted company after the trip, and I didn't see him again until yesterday. I didn't try to reach him, and he didn't try to get a hold of me, nor did either of us try to contact Joe. B just dropped me off after the trip, and I spent the next several days by myself in my house. I tried to eat, but had no appetite. I was restless, but I couldn't find anything to do to take my mind off the experience. That's when I determined that I should record it. As I mentioned, that helped me think a little clearer, and I seemed to be a little calmer, but it didn't last. I went to work the next day, but was sent home. The day after that, I had an overwhelming feeling of anxiety sink into my soul. I was depressed and confused and had no one I wanted to turn to for comfort. I was getting all kinds of phone calls from people, but I just let the answering machine take the calls. I even changed the message on the machine to let everyone know that I was all right. I continued in this miserable state, eating and sleeping whenever I could, until a week after the trip. Then things started to get strange. At first, I was hearing sounds in the house that had no explanation. Footsteps, shuffling noises, creaking doors, you know. The typical horror movie fare. Only the sounds were not distinct. It was as though I wasn't sure I had heard what I thought I heard. I would be eating, or getting out of the shower and stop, thinking I heard something. But the sound would not repeat itself. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that it happened frequently, I couldn't be sure there were noises in the first place. Either way, I was scared. It was as though I had been caught in a spider web. For the last week, feelings of anxiety, foreboding, and tension filled my life. Then came the hallucinations. I began seeing things in a manner similar to the sounds I was hearing, just a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. When I would turn to look, nothing. I had been sleeping with the lights on in my room, but now I kept all the lights in the house on from before dusk to after dawn. When I started to see things on a regular basis, I purchased a gun, got it from an ad in the paper, so I didn't have to wait for a permit. I went to the doctor but didn't mention the details of my life, just told him I couldn't relax, and I walked out of there with a prescription. Fortunately, my wounds and injuries were pretty much healed by this time. My back still hurt a little, but the prescription took care of that too. When I was on the medication, I felt great, but I didn't want to walk around high the rest of my life, so I would only take it at the end of a tough day. Unfortunately, the severity of the sightings increased, giving rise to a need for the medication. The flashes in the corner of my eye continued, but then I began to see shapes and shadows. They would be outside my windows, usually at night. I still couldn't make out anything solid, so it was hard to pin down what I was seeing. Soon I began to close all of my drapes and blinds, so I could remove the possibilities of seeing something. Doing so did help in that respect, but my life was still a mess. My daily routine was mechanical and empty. I would sleep in as long as I could, usually out of exhaustion. Then I would get cleaned up and try to eat something. I lost a lot of weight, so I tried to get down as much as possible. Then I would exercise a little, nap a little. I'd only been out of the house a few times the last 2 weeks, the store, the doctor, and the gun purchase. I didn't watch much television because I couldn't concentrate. I spent a lot of time on the internet. I was doing research on caves and cave myths. The only story I could find was the caver folklore about the hodag. The hodag is supposedly a creature that roams caves. 2 weeks after we went in the cave, and a week after I began hearing things. I began to have nightmares, extremely lucid, no specific theme, recurring events, just plain terrifying. Sometimes I was in my house, and someone was trying to get me, only I couldn't run because I had no legs. Other times I was in a vat, and someone was pouring a syrup like liquid on me, filling the vat. I would wake up in a panic. I would stay awake until exhaustion forced me to enter dreamland once again. A brutal routine. It continued for several days, until it reached a climax on the 6th day yesterday. My dreams seemed so real. I had a hard time telling if I was awake or not. I was beat, really drained of energy and spirit. I was going from the living room to my bedroom early in the evening when I looked down the hall and saw a dark figure toward the end. I thought it was a thief and began to back away slowly. It didn't move. As I was backing up, the lights flickered off and on. Every muscle was tense. I stopped to stare at the figure. Just then, the phone rang. It startled me so bad I slumped over the chair. When I got up, I wheeled around to look down the hall. Nothing was there. I grabbed my keys and left the house. I felt compelled to get in my car and drive. My pulse pounded in my temples as I got in and started the car. I wanted to drive down to Overlook Point to see the city lights. I didn't know why I needed to go there, but I knew I had to. The closer I got, the more urgent the feeling. When I arrived at the point, Joe was there. He was out of his car, standing, looking at the lights. We looked at each other. I could see from the tired look on his face that he had been going through the same miserable trial that I had been experiencing. He could tell from the look on my face that we had shared some terrible experience. Our conversation was unbelievably brief. "You've been back," he began, even though he knew the answer. "Yes, we need to return tomorrow." "Good. Yeah, noon." He got in his car, and I got in mine. I hadn't even wanted to talk to him about his experience. Obviously, he didn't want to know mine. I drove over to B's house. When he answered the door, I thought B actually looked like he was doing fine, somewhat happy. One look at me, and his disposition changed. Our conversation was also succinct. To Joe, "We're planning on going back tomorrow at noon." B looked dead serious. He just nodded his head. I asked him if I could spend the night at his house. He eagerly let me in. I didn't notice until later, but every light in the house was turned on. He led me to a spare room. "Help yourself." "Thanks." I washed up in the bathroom and took some medication and got the first decent sleep in a long time. I awoke early this morning and came home to get ready for the trip. I thought I would send out this update so no one will wonder what's going on with me. I suspect that by the time most of you hear this, I will be back home and will have a great story to tell. I promise that if you haven't heard from me by now, you will very shortly. It is now 10 a.m., Saturday the 19th. We'll be leaving for the cave in 2 hours. Preparing for this trip will be like no other trip I've been on. For the first time in my life, I will carry a gun into a cave. I will also carry a knife, an extensive first aid kit, plenty of food and water, and a camera. I will take several sources of light and a pad of paper and pencil. I will take all of my climbing rope since B lost his in the cave. I will carry a good length of rope with me on the other side of Floyd's tomb. This will be the first time in 3 weeks that I have heard any reference to Floyd's tomb. It sends shivers up my spine just saying it. There are so many things I hope to accomplish this day, so many answers I hope to find in a tiny passage hidden from view. Reflecting on the events leading up to today leaves me feeling dizzy. Was this all a bad dream? Unfortunately, I am wide awake, and still in a few short hours I might face my nightmare. The thought of having another person with me in the passage does nothing to alleviate the fear I feel. I almost chuckle as I ponder a childish notion that we will have to consider who will enter the tomb first, who will lead the way into the dark unknown, who will decide when to turn back. Foremost among the questions in my mind is, what about the video camera that I left behind? It is supposed to be able to record in complete darkness. I left the thing running, so what might we find on the tape? Darker questions follow. What if the camera's gone? What if it is destroyed? Although it is difficult to put an exact name on my motivation, I think closure fits it quite nicely. I need to find out a few things about this cave. The main thing, believe it or not, is to find the end of the cave, with all of the bizarre things I have witnessed these past few weeks. It would seem a bit trite to want, as a primary goal, to get to the end, but that is what I want to be sure of. I will be seeking other bits of knowledge along the way. If, however, I find the end of the main passage and an end to the passage hidden by the rock, I will be content to never return to the passage or the cave again. Never. It would seem to me that crawling headfirst through a tight passage into the darkness is an unnatural thing, just like crawling up the side of a cliff for recreation or jumping out of a perfectly good airplane and floating to the ground. We do these things to satisfy our hunger for adventure, this subconscious desire to conquer our own little Everest. As B is fond of saying, caving is the last opportunity for exploration for the person with modest means and true. Just a short drive from just about anywhere in the country is a cave waiting to be explored. Even a cave well known among the general public can be approached by someone for the first time as an adventurer. Something new, something to overcome because it's there. Many of you don't agree with my decision to pursue this cave. I know this from the messages I have received. I am afraid I don't have a choice. If I am ever to experience restful slumber, I must return. If I am ever to walk the halls of my own home in peace, I must return. If I ever exit the overworld and enter the subterranean world of a cave, if I must return, I no longer feel that is a choice. I must return. For my family and friends who are hearing this, I say, be at peace. I will conquer this cave. Then I will return and update this channel immediately.